Hello, friends. It is time. Sorry, I stepped away for a second. Ashen, hello. Rolo, hi. Leo, Kirsty, Zelda, good morning. Sarah, forget the tea. I'm here for the stew. Oh, you guys, like, listen, okay? I wanted to tag Discord, right? Oh, I was doing it. I'm doing it. I was away from the thing for a second. I'm so sorry. Unless you've already done it, in which case I won't do it. Let's find out. Have you done it already? I haven't, but I can. No, that's okay. I was doing it. I just stepped away for a second here. Okay, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we're live with Meta Monday. What scenes we have today? Bruja of Guarma. Scenes we have today. Unaired Wallaby confrontation. What else do we have? Some Maynard. And of course, our favorite Will Graham. Repped. I was panic creating a schedule command when I saw your Twitch notification. Had a non-existing schedule in it. I'm so sorry. I couldn't remember if we had one or not. It's okay. No need to panic because I actually, like, I haven't even rendered the video out yet. So we're going to sit and chat for a minute. It also is going to require some live editing on, or producing on my part. As usual, which is definitely a thing that we've had before. Could you fucking imagine? Okay, let's see. I'm here. Can you leak some ungodly stuff? No, of course not. No, of course not. You get what you get when you get it. Okay, hello. Good morning. There might be a surprise in the pod feeds for people. How long is it, Rob? Because I could potentially play it for us right now while I'm doing the Meta Monday render. An hour and 6 minutes? Wow, we talked for a long time. That might be too long for the Meta Monday stuff, but I can tomorrow. Let's find out. Let's see how long the render is, because it's possible it's not. I'm so glad that it's an hour. I'm so glad. Hold on, I'm scanning through this. I need to warn you guys in advance. This is a pretty weird one. This is a pretty weird Meta Monday. It's rated R. I hope the render is an hour and 7 minutes. I hope not, because, you know, our computer is supposed to be better than that. But let's find out. It might be a decent stretch, though. Okay, I'm just checking. The thing is, too, is that I don't have my soundboard music queued up. Oh, wait. That's not right. You know? Because we lost that, so I'm gonna have to, While it's rendering, I'll have to load up some music that I think we're going to use. It's Delilah. We're going to get weird. Yep. Yep. Most definitely. Okay, so here's the other thing that I wanted to tell you guys. So originally, when I was darting around, I got up early this morning to work on some ungodly stuff. Okay, Dinah, I love and I miss you. Everything must stop so I can address you and say hello. What was I saying? Oh yes, I got up early to start working on some ungodly stuff because the dress rehearsal is, you know, our tech rehearsal or whatever is this Friday. And the show starts next Friday, which is so exciting. That's at noon. If you didn't know, we'll watch the teaser for that in a second. But so I got up. I already did my walk, bitches. I walked for 100 minutes while I was working on godly stuff this morning. Then I obviously hopped in the shower. And on my way out of the shower, I saw what I thought was my keyboard. And I was like, yes, my keyboard has arrived. And I went, okay, so we're not doing Fallout today, so I don't have to install that because we'll do a keyboard stream. And then I went, I better just check and make sure this is my keyboard. And it wasn't my keyboard. It's actually a stand for my bike, but it's in a box in the shape of a keyboard. And so I was devastated, first of all, but then also excited because I've got the stand for my bike because she's just in my apartment right now. So now I'll be able to put her up and away and out of the way. So I was having conflicting feelings of, oh, wow, I'm so excited. But then also devastated because it's not my keyboard and I really want, and then I was like, oh God, well, what are we going to do for stream? I don't want to start Fallout and then have tomorrow off and then go back into Fallout, you know? I hate starting a new game on Monday. I hate it so much. But then I went, oh wait, it's the week of the tech rehearsal. So I'm not streaming on Friday now. So that means the new schedule is live. So then I was thinking about the new schedule, and so we're doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday now, and I'm not streaming here on Friday because I'm streaming on Table Story on Friday at noon for Ungodly, and yeah, so five keyboards. Anyway, so yeah, so I was like, oh, it's the new schedule. Also, I have Meta Monday footage that I could share because I do need to start sharing some Delilah stuff. We might be potentially doing some Delilah streams as well to replace our market, which is a totally different vibe, I understand. But my character who did the market is dead. So I attended the market oh my God, you guys, I have to show you this fucking video. Hold on. Oh my God, I have so much to tell you. Okay, hold on. What's this? Okay, perfect. I have to show you guys this. Thing is I don't know where I saved it. I'm sure it's in here, right? Oh my God. I have to show you this. Okay, so I go to the market. So much to tell us. I do. Okay, so I go to the market on Saturday as Sparks, which was pretty cool. So I obviously I knew about the market on Sparks is this music lo-fi Final Fantasy music? It is. It's Chocobo and Chill. I'm going to share the playlist here. There you go. What was I saying? I totally forgot. Oh, right. So I went to the market on Saturday as Sparks. Now, technically, I've already known about the market on Sparks for a long time. Obviously, I couldn't go to the market as Sparks because I was there as Imogen. And when Iggy died, I wanted to make sure that I didn't go to the market. I wanted to give some breather time, just because of crossover and character stuff and things like that. So I waited, it's been what, a month and a bit before I accepted the invitation to go to the market. And even then I was like, we'll just see what happens, because I had a telegram from Clay that was like, we need to talk about Ruby. It's important. And I went, okay, where are you? And he said, I'll be at the market. And I was like, perfect. Why did Sparks and Imogen never meet? They were the same person. Yeah. So I went to the market to try to track down Clay, and this fucking happens. Sorry, if you want that book, you can. I just met the author, and
I'm gonna go to each vendor and see if anybody got them.
It's actually a different one I'm interested in.
Got it. Alrighty, looking for a specific title?
The fucking audacity. The audacity of him to say there's a different one I'm interested in. Like, talking about a book, obviously, but also talking about my other character. To my fucking face, dude. So good. I hope you had a great weekend, PB. You too. Thank you. I did, actually. I had a wonderful weekend. It's just ridiculous, dude. So here's the crazy thing too, is I didn't recognize him until he spoke, obviously. And then he spoke and I was like, oh, that's Ray fucking Bush. Oh no. And I am fully confident that I definitely would not have broken character had he not said what he said. I was being silent, and then he said that. If you want that book, you can. I just met the author, and
I'm gonna go to each vendor and see if anybody got them.
It's actually a different one I'm interested in.
Got it. Alrighty, looking for a specific title?
What a little shit. But we love him. That's Zambi, by the way, in case you didn't know. Should have accidentally hit him and then go, oh my God, I didn't know that happened to me. It was like somebody take it over for a second. No, I can't do that. But yeah, so that was fun and good and hilarious. And then what else do I have to tell you guys? So that happened. So I went to the market as Sparks on Saturday. Some crazy shit has gone down. All right. Hold on. Let's get some, do I have the ungodly music here? I must. Surely I do. Okay. I'm just realizing like how much meta I have to give to you for Meta Monday today. Okay. So first of all, let me open, the old version. Yes. Let me open YouTube. I'm so sorry, YouTube chat. I apologize. I didn't have the chat open right away. Please hold. If you've been speaking to me, I missed it, but I won't miss it in a second. Also, this is our first time streaming live a Meta Monday. Oh, look, nobody has said anything. We're good. Okay. Whew. Okay. Everything is ungodly. Yeah, okay. So this is actually our first time streaming a Meta Monday live to YouTube. Most of the time I'm like uploading a video. So while I'm thinking about it, Sav, we don't need to save the Meta Monday for YouTube, because I will upload this when it's got I'll upload a different version in the right order, because that'll drive me nuts. Okay, so before we dive into the footage of Meta Monday, I need to render it out, first of all. And then second of all, is there something on my glasses? Yes. I'm like, what? I can't see. Okay. So there's so much shit that has happened, okay? First of all, do you guys even know about Ruby and Guarma? I don't think you do. I don't think I've told you about that. Was I streaming that? Did I stream that? Was that live? Here to obtain all the meta knowledge. Oh God, it's very good, Maple. There might be one you don't want to watch. Okay. I know absolutely nothing RP related. Okay, well, I'll let you know. I'll let you decide, okay? I let everybody else decide their own level. Not my place. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna fill you in on some basic meta stuff with Sparks, okay? and then we'll go to Delilah because we get to watch Delilah's. All right. Okay. So I'm here to listen to all the meta that I've lived in character. Yes, exactly. Okay. The queen has returned. Release the Bruja. Okay. Stop. Stop with that. Okay. One. Sparks. Okay. Here's the deal. So there was a situation where, okay, back up. We all know Ruby's past history, right? And if we don't, I'm going to tell you because she told Sparks and Tibbet on their camping trip 2 years ago. Not all of us. Okay. So here's the fucking lore with Ruby. Okay. So also, I love you, Merkel, so much. Oh, also, there are some new emotes. Please try them out. I love them. One of them is a pout. Like, they're really good, I think. But we reserve final judgment for Miranda. Oh my god, I love them. Okay. I should probably add the hair highlights to that one, but anyway. Yes, there's a nod, there's an ugh, like an eye roll, and then there should be a pout that I think I uploaded, but I may not have yet. It may only be on Discord at the moment. Nope, I guess I didn't. My bad. Okay, that's my favorite one. God damn it, I'm doing it now. Sorry. Everything stop so that I can do this while I'm thinking about it, okay? Hold on. It's probably because I didn't finish it until like late, and then I was like, I have to go to bed and blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's because we don't have any open animated slots, and then I have to go through the stress of deciding which one to remove. I'm getting rid of the foxes because they were only supposed to be up for a little while. So we'll get rid of the fox cry, okay? Because we still have the rub and the fox pop and the fox clap, okay? But for now, I'm doing... What is happening here? Pout, right? And I technically have a sweat too. But I haven't tried that one with the... I haven't tried that. Okay. All right, hold on. Just fucking sit down. Never take this from me. Okay. Oh, dear. Okay. But because you asked. So that means that I'm taking the clap then. I'm sorry. I can't take away Alan Wake. I love it so too much. No to the clap or no to Alan Wake? No, the fox clap. The fox clap. Our clap is, yeah, I'm taking away the fox clap because we've got our own and it's so good. It's like my favorite one. Okay, I've removed the fox clap. Thank you. That solved it. That solved that. Okay. Now the question is, do we try the sweat with the actual sweats? Yes, we're gonna try, because I don't know if that's gonna read. But we're gonna try it. Okay, so I'm removing the sweat. Did that work? I think so. I love this music playing while I try to sort my fucking life out. So for those of you who didn't know, I'm in the process of doing animated versions of all of our main emotes, and then we're gonna do the static of the Ren emotes. Like right now we've got the Renaissance, Cry, and all of those. I'll move those over to static, and I'll make sure to keep a lot of our animated ones in the... just because I noticed you guys use animated emotes over static, no matter what. Which I get. I understand that. Where is this? I just uploaded this. Did it not let me do it? Listen, you bitch. Okay, here we go. This one I think still needs some work because the eye tracking wasn't the best, but we're testing it now. Okay, we have now uploaded Pout and S, the sweat. So whenever those clear, test them for me, would ya? I feel like that UGG might be too small to read. Oh, the Pout is perfect, though. I'm sorry. That gives me so much joy. That is my actual face, motherfuckers. I make this face to you all the time. And I made this emote after I saw Decidious's GIF in the channel where I'm making the pout. And I was like, wow, that's an extreme pout. I didn't even know my face bent that way. Okay, anyway, okay, so emotes are done. Ruby. Okay, so here's the tea with Ruby, all right? A long, long time ago, before Ruby ever came to the crossing, and Sarah, feel free to come in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going based off of Sparks' memory and mine, which is cheese, okay? Moz, thank you so much for 32 months. Holy. Okay. So while they were hiking, Tibbet and Sparks and Ruby have some quality time, okay? And in that quality time, Ruby just drops a bomb of, I'm a murderer. After having, like, done the... this is the exit, by the way. This is when they are leaving the crossing. They're doing their finale hike a couple years ago, right? They got drunk. They talked to the horse. You know, they got drunk off their ass and thought the horse was, like, giving them signals. Do you guys remember that? And they were, like, jumping in the... A follow-up question, is Ruby single? No, but I don't know if that's an issue. What took him, your husband? I did. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So Ruby goes, talks about her husband and how he died. And Sparks goes, what took him, your husband? And then silence, and Ruby just goes, I did. Oh! And we're like, holy shit. And, you know, as one does on a nature walk, yeah, it was fucking insane. So anyway, Ruby spills the beans on how she used to be a cattle rustler, and with her husband. And she used to be in a gang. And then her husband had like a mistress situation going on, but it wasn't agreed on ahead of time. As Chicago soundtrack starts playing. Yep. And it's more than that, though. It isn't just that husband had a mistress and, you know, whatever. It was, husband was like, I think going to betray Ruby and like take the cattle and like leave her and all bunch of stuff, like cut her out of the gang and leave her holding the bag, essentially. He was going to leave her behind, not just leave her behind, but make it look like she was responsible for all of it. And take the mistress and her two brothers. Yeah. So Ruby goes, hold on. Do I have a song for this even? I don't even know if I have a song that is capable of conveying this. I think I do. Do I? Fudge to the rescue. What is this one? Fuck yeah. Okay. That's a bit more intense than I want it to be, but this one will work, right? Oh, this is creepy. Okay. So then Ruby goes, I killed my husband. Okay. Husband's gonna leave me. All right. Not only did I kill my husband, I killed his mistress and her brothers. She just confesses to it's not second degree murder, but first degree murder on 4 counts. Okay. It wasn't a crime of passion. I mean, it was, but also full on made a decision to kill husband's mistress and the brothers. And then she left. She fled, right? So she drops this bomb right before they leave the crossing the first time, okay? So Sparks knows this, Tibbet knows this, and I don't think anybody else, obviously, other than Flood. And so if you go back and you watch those first Pronghorn scenes where the Pronghorn crew is like, you know, we don't want to deal with ex-criminals and murders are all terrible, you know, like, obviously murders are terrible and blah, blah, blah. So Sparks never told Jody, unless Ruby told Jody. No, why? No, it's not hers to tell. But I do feel like it may have come up in the rest of the walk, but yeah, no, Sparks isn't gonna tell somebody else something like that. There's no way. But I'm pretty sure they all kind of like had a moment where they talked about that kind of later. But I don't actually know for sure. It's been a couple years now. But anyway, so we know this like lore on Ruby, right? So then someone shows up at Pronghorn from her old gang. Like, obviously not one of the brothers, but from the old gang before a husband was about to exit, right? And is like, hey, are you who I think you are? I think you are who I think you are. You don't have the same last name, but I think you're who I think you are. And was poking around the ranch and then sees Ruby and goes, there's a bounty out on you, you know, for the 4 counts of murder. And it's big. It's like a $10,000 bounty. And, you know, I might just tell these bounty hunters where to find you. I might just do that. You know, because I fucking hate you. Lies and slander. Yeah. So anyway, so the bounty hunters come for her, right? And it's like, she decides to run. They come to get her, to take her to federal prison. Listen, this is it though, right? I shouldn't say they come to take her to federal prison because they weren't playing the Pinkertons or anything, but they're playing bounty hunters. And the implication with Sarah's permission is that if they were to catch her and ship her off, then, you know, she would go to jail. You know, and bench her character off out of the crossing off screen. But so these bounty hunters, right, are there to get her. And Ruby decides, I'm going to run. I'm going to flee. And tells Sparks, I haven't told anyone, but the plan is Crosby and I are going to Guarma. And we're doing it tonight. And Sparks is like, and you're just not going to tell anybody? Are you insane? You know, you got to, like, what? And then they show up at the ranch while Ruby is discussing, like, the attempt at bailing, right? And anyway, it's this huge chase scene. It was super awesome, very incredible. They chase Ruby all the way to Annisburg in the boat. And from what I understand, the way that they were playing it is like they didn't know where the boat was going. But one of the folks at Pronghorn let it slip that they were headed to Guarma. So Ruby has been terrified that they're going to follow her to Guarma and try to extradite, just like capture her because they're bounty hunters or whatever. So super, really crazy thing. All right. So Ruby's gone to Guarma and she's in hiding from these bounty hunters who are there to pick her up for her murder that happened outside the crossing. So super exciting. Very, 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 very exciting. Now, meanwhile, Clay gets shot 2 days ago, guys. 2 days ago, Clay gets brutally shot at Pronghorn and nearly dies. Now, that's a Meta Monday. You ain't seen nothing yet, okay? We're not even into the Delilah shit. Okay, this is just me recapping you on Sparks as best I can, okay? So, Clay gets shot a couple of days ago and nearly dies, and he has been unconscious since. So this morning, I logged on to see if I could stop by and give him a gift and like have a little scene. I had a little scene with Oglethorpe the other day. Anyway, so Clay is shot and unconscious, okay? And that means the people running the ranch right now are not really Sparks, but I mean, like, technically speaking, it would be Sparks and Thomas and Sammy and Clay. But obviously Clay is now down, and Sammy and Thomas are running things. I think, like, lore wise, and I'm using air quotes, Sparks is technically around, but I'm not playing her right now. So, and I feel badly about that, but I may try to log in a little bit more to kind of help with that, especially now that Clay's been shot. I need a cold shower after that. You mean there's more? Yes. Okay. So then Clay says to Sparks, Ruby has pneumonia and she's lost a lot of weight and she looks really bad. And this is before he gets shot. The day before he gets shot, he says to Sparks, I need you to go to Guarma and try to convince Ruby to come home. And Sparks was like, you can't convince Ruby. I've never seen her so scared in my life. I don't think I can convince her to come home. I don't think I want her. I don't want to convince her to come home if she doesn't want to. And then Clay drops the bomb of like, she has pneumonia and she might die. And the weather in Guarma is not conducive to pneumonia because it's damp and it's tropical. The humidity and all that stuff, like just not good. I don't think that she can recover. And so, she's lost a lot of weight. She looks awful, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I know she has pneumonia because my other character has given her a checkup on Guarma, my doctor. And so I'm just like, okay, I'm juggling all of the feelings right now of like, I'm doing a checkup on this woman I've never met before. And she's emoting basically that she's on death's door. And I'm trying to stay disconnected and detached and emotionless. I mean, I have a little bit of emotion and empathy. Obviously, I'm Natalie. I'm not a monster. But like, I don't know this woman from Adam, but I do. And I'm like, oh, you, Sarah, if you're killing Ruby, I'm not gonna be able to handle it. And I'm just like driving home the seriousness of the situation. Like, if you don't follow my instructions exactly, you're going to die. And also, you cannot travel. I know people are trying to convince you to get on a boat on the ocean with tons of water and spray. You can't do that. You have pneumonia. Like, that's it. You either have to tough it out here and survive, or that's it. If you try to leave, you're gonna die, is kind of what I said. I said there's like a slim chance that you'll make it, obviously, because I don't want a power game, but I trust Sarah, and I know Sarah trusts me. In her cute voice. Yeah, that was exactly how it came off too. She was like, if you have this and this, or this happens, you come see me immediately. Yeah, I was very much like, I don't want to fuck around and tell you that this isn't serious, or, try to not scare you. But you should be scared. These are the things that if this happens, it's bad news bears. What was really fun though, Sarah, that I liked about that scene, I mean, I liked the whole thing, but something I really enjoyed that I will do in the future now was I had Natalie say to you, because you have to think about when we're playing doctors or medical staff, like on server, there's a lot of, there's the limitation of what we know in our alternate world of 1903, like aspirin just came out. So, there's stuff like that, but then there's also the idea that you want to make sure that you're reading the cues from the player, because ultimately what happens to their character is up to them. So you don't want a power game, but you also want to make sure that when things are severe, they seem severe, and, kind of leave it up to them to decide. And also, you're limited by not actually physically having equipment. You can do /me's to kind of emote things, but we're also limited in how we can't do x-rays and stuff like that, really. So unless you're doing something crazy, and I don't even know if we can do x-rays, but you'd have to be in Saint Denis or whatever. So ultimately what I really liked about this was the way for me to be able to communicate to Ruby what I need you to look out for was, I want you to pause right now and take stock of your breathing, what it feels like and what it sounds like. When I leave here, I want you to sit here for a few minutes and just breathe and really focus and pay attention to what it feels like and where it hurts you. And if that changes at all, then you come and get me right away, right? Like if all of a sudden you're hurting here and it's spread, then you better come and get me. And I was like, that's such a great way to communicate at that time, like how to tell if your pain is increasing or decreasing, or, like if you're having a hard time breathing on the left lung, if it then spreads to the right, then you've got an issue, because how else are you going to communicate? If it gets worse, come and let me know, like, yeah, you can tell the player if it gets worse, and then the player goes, okay, I've decided I want it to be worse for my character, but they don't know how to communicate that back to you then. They can just say it's worse. But instead you can say, if it goes here or here, then that means it's gotten worse and you need to call me exactly. So then they know what to say to the next doctor, even if they don't come and see you. They can say, yeah, here's what's happened. it was originally on just this side, but now the pain is on this side too. And so then the other doctor can take that and run with it. And I just was like, wow, how come I've never thought of this before? This is awesome. Mac, thank you so much for that Prime sub. 13 minutes ago, I was like so excited and I missed it. But I really, really appreciate it. 13 minutes ago for 5 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So that was super cool. With Ruby. So Ruby's got pneumonia. She's almost gonna die, right? And she's on Guarma. And I don't know if I've streamed any of the Delilah picking on Ruby bits, because Ruby's come to visit Guarma a couple of times, and Pronghorn has started helping with the lemon trade and things like that. Especially probably now that, you know, Ruby and Crosby are on Guarma, assuming Ruby doesn't fucking die. Assuming Sarah isn't just gonna break all of our hearts in an instant, fleeing to Guarma and dying to pneumonia, then perhaps they will run some of the lemon trade out of Guarma or something like that. Ultimately, we don't know what the fuck is gonna happen, but I am on pins and needles here with her. But Ruby's come to Guarma a couple of times and run into Delilah, and of course, I trust Sarah implicitly, and I know that Sarah knows me as a human, so I was able to go for her throat a little bit as Delilah. Also, my previous little toy, sorry to use that word, but my previous little toy, Aurelia, who's also played by a dear friend of mine who won't mind that I use that term, Aurelia has disappeared. Okay? Dude, Acorn, I don't know if I've shared the scene yet. There's a scene with Delilah and Morgan where Delilah goes, "Where's Aurelia?" And he's just like, you know, we're on friendly terms, but we're not together anymore. And Delilah goes, does that mean that, you know, I can do whatever I want now? And he goes super quiet and is like, I would be very upset and sad if anything happened to Aurelia. And I was like, how dare you? How dare you keep me from her? Anyway, she's gone missing, dude. So then Ruby shows up with that, and I decided that when I was gonna upset and sad I can live with. Yeah, exactly. I decided once I started hyperfixating on Aurelia that I was gonna hyperfixate on particularly like her long red hair. So then Ruby shows up in my bar with her long braided red hair, and I'm like, well, it's Sarah also. And I know Sarah trusts me, and I know Sarah will be fine if I get super creepy on Delilah and like hyperfixate. What a dynamic we've created where fucking Morgan has the strongest moral compass out of all of us. Dude. I was having a crazy conversation last night with Mr. Wright, who I don't know what he knows about Delilah, to be honest, because he's playing it pretty like, I don't know if you've killed anybody. You look kind of fucked up, though. You've probably definitely hurt somebody, is what he said to me last night. But anyway, I don't know what he knows, but we were talking about Morgan a little bit last night in the bar. And, you know, the people that surround Delilah, like, really spark her curiosity in a way that she's just like, I'm interested what makes these people tick. I'm interested what makes these people, you know, break. Dude, Mr. Wright last night goes, this scene I'm not sharing yet. I'm so sorry. But I didn't have time to edit it. But there was a scene last night where Delilah was talking to Mr. Wright, and I know you guys don't know who that is yet. Don't worry, I'm gonna catch you up, okay? But Mr. Wright works with Morgan, okay? He is an ex-sheriff? Is that correct? Somebody correct me. He's an ex-lawman from the Crossing. And I think I encountered him back when I was working at the Blue Pearl. Maybe once or twice as Delilah. But either way, he works with Morgan now, and he is ex-law, okay? So we're having a conversation last night, and this guy says in front of Delilah, yeah, I think Morgan's the type, he must have regrets, but he would never tell you. Ever. And I'm just like, Delilah goes, well, I'm I've now assessed your relationship with Morgan and my relationship with Morgan, and I'm better than you. Which is definitely not. I'm joking. That's a joke. But more like I'm closer with Morgan than you are. Disgraced ex-sheriff, former senior deputy Wright. Disgraced? I didn't know that. Oh, that's so juicy. And obviously I can't know that. I can't know that yet. But that's delicious. Delicious. That's how he introduces himself. Oh, is it? I don't know if he's done that to me. I've met him on Natalie and Delilah. Anyway, okay, so crazy stuff happening on Guarma, but I saw Ruby on Delilah a couple times, and I definitely poked that bear. I have been giving her gifts, you know, in the Delilah sort of way, where the next time I went to the crossing, I just stood from a distance. Hello, Ratch. Hello, Bipolar. Where I just I stood off in the distance and watched her while she was at the market. I was there for a totally different reason. And then I saw her and I was like, oh, this is a fun time for me to go ahead and tease, Sarah. I don't know if I'd say poked, stroked maybe. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Flick. Also, everyone go follow Flick, please. I love them. So anyway, so I have been fucking around with Ruby on Delilah a little bit for funsies, because I can. And I feel very lucky that the two people that I've decided to kind of stalk and be majorly creepy to, you know, are Acorn and Sarah, and I am, you know, we're good friends outside of because I don't know if I'd be able to be, you know, uncapped Delilah with somebody that I didn't, you know, feel very comfortable with. But I will say that we're going to see something today that has made me play Delilah a lot more forward and aggressive with her creep. There's even been a little bit with Julius too. Delilah unleaded. Yeah. Yep. So, well, we know the crazy stuff with Maynard that happened, right? Which was around the blood moon time. So I had that be kind of the catalyst and the start to Delilah kind of just being like, I'm not going to use the word unhinged, but unleashed maybe. Leash off. The willing collar that she maybe, or the willing leash that she put on for Rabbit while Rabbit was in the law department, it was kind of loosening a little bit. And I think now, especially now that Rabbit has retired, it's just gone. I'm still RPing it as a slow release of that, but yeah, there's some things that obviously are affecting her in game and stuff like that. So Zambi surprised me with a new character, which was super cool. I met a new character of his on Guarma, which was crazy because I ran into him. Interesting. Just kidding. No, very, very good. I don't think he was expecting to see me. So that was pretty cool. And I have all that to share with you guys too. But okay, so I've been poking at Ruby with Delilah a little bit. And what else? And Julius a tiny bit. Oh yeah, okay, that's right. Okay. So the footage that we're seeing today happened before Scrump's death. And I know that we streamed Scrump's bit. So you guys have seen... Oh. I have to tell you something. So those of you who did watch the Scrump stuff, I need you to know the last scene that we watched today happened when did Scrump die? Delilah had not been back into that cave until Scrump. And I know that doesn't make any sense to you right now. Okay? A month ago. Okay, so May. That's all you need to know. Delilah had not been back in that cave until Scrump. And it's the last scene, I think, in today's footage. Ah! I'm so happy. Okay, so here's what we're going to watch today. I also still have to render it out and get the music going. So we should have put it up. 14th of April. Okay, I'm pretty sure the thing that happened in that cave was like February 16th. It was like maybe 2 months to the day, dude. It was really creepy because no one knew about it. There's some stuff in here that I chose not to stream. And Flick and I have been in excellent communication about like, what we feel comfortable sharing or, streaming, for meta reasons, for meta guarding reasons. So, that's why I haven't shared some of these scenes yet. Because we both kind of thought it was maybe for the best that I not share them or stream them, until after, Rabbit either retired or something happened where we didn't have to meta guard the information anymore. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. I'm not streaming Delilah live anyway. So, yeah. So that's why this is older footage. But what we're going to see today is an unaired scene with Wallaby. And that cause I don't think Verts was recording or streaming it. I know he wasn't streaming it, but I don't know if he recorded it and ever shared it. Wait, yeah, it's going back to before he died. And I waited to share it. Simply because he basically is like between Delilah and the kid. Yeah, Delilah and Wallaby have a conversation. And he essentially is like, I want Rabbit. And Delilah's like, suck it. Like, go fucking never. So there is a conversation there that I'm including simply because it shows that, Wallaby was still, trying to get the Rabbit angle, and Delilah stood firm and said no. But they also talk a little bit about Lucian Lord, who is Rufus's cousin. And then we have, what else do we have? Oh, we have a scene. I see. Oh, here's the other thing too, is like, we are watching the role play uncut. Because I didn't have time to chop up the scenes. And B, I just think it's really cool I don't want to ever edit anything in Rabbit and Delilah's conversations, period. The pacing, the way that we pause, it's intentional. So I don't ever touch those. But then there's also 2 other scenes in here where I put them in for context. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You guys are going to find out in a minute. But yeah, I'm so excited for this Meta Monday. Okay. So, but I will say, can I ask Flick if Rabbit told anyone what happened? Because if so, cool. But if not, and this gets out after this, I'm gonna know one of y'all did it, okay? I'm gonna know one of y'all tattled. I'll be very sad, okay? I'll be mega disappointed. Not that I can stop you. Not that my disappointment matters. But, yeah. All right, now I have to render it out, so it's gonna take a minute. But while it renders, we need to make sure that we've loaded up some music on the soundboard, because there is none. Oh my lord, dude. Hold on, I just want to make sure there's no... I'm just making sure the fade out exists. Yes, it does. Okay. Okay, there is no... Do I want to add like titles or anything? Rabbit told nobody the exact specifics. Maybe 2 people tops the general overview, but those are very trusted humans. Okay. 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 Because Delilah told nobody anything. So just... I also have to say something else because I'm a very shy individual and I feel like I know Delilah's weird. I know that she gets really excited about, you know, murder and blood and stuff like that. But basically, I just need you to know that this footage, almost every single scene is Delilah horny on main. And I apologize, but that's what we got today. We've got Rabbit. We've got Rabbit and Rabbit and Rabbit and that's it. So, you know, there's my disclaimer that this is rated R, okay? All right. There. I'm not going to do any titles or anything, dude. We're just going to watch the footage. And I love that, okay? I'm all right with it. As long as you are. All right, let's see how long this is going to take to render out. And while we do that, we'll pick some music. I'm calling it horny on main, bro. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Now, this might fuck up here. Our camera might fuck up while this renders. But also, it might not. Because we're awesome. Are we doing it? Bruja of Guarma, horny on main. I know, right? Okay, it's going. Perfect. Is that right? Hold on. What is this first fucking scene? Oh. Oh. First scene is Wallaby? Is that correct? Sorry, I'm just double checking. I'm making sure we have everything that we need. Yes. And then the next one is Rabbit. Oh my god, we're in for such a fucking treat, dude. Holy shit. I love role-playing with Flick. My god. Okay. Yes, this is what we need. Okay. It is rendering out. Me planning how to seduce some of that psychopath. Oh, God. Walked away for a sec, but was listening while fixing food. Did I hear horny on main? Yes, and I'm a little embarrassed about it, kind of mildly. Like, there have been multiple instances after Unleashed Delilah that I've DM'd people and been like, I am so sorry. Please let me know if I cross the line, because she's ridiculous. Like the filth that almost came. I think I told you guys this, right? When Lord and Glass came to visit Delilah on the island, the shit that almost came out of my mouth when he was like, what was your relationship with Rufus? I was like, nope, can't say that, can't say that, can't say that. Not gonna. I was just silent for a good 20 seconds while I was like, where I'm literally like, oh, I don't, you know, I feel like saying stuff for shock value a little bit, not redacted. Yeah, well, because we know Delilah's always been like, I kind of just want to see what somebody's reaction is going to be. You know, I want to see if this is going to make them mad, or I want to see, I want to see what's going to happen. So I have been purposefully, I also want Law to, catch her now, like it's to the point where I want to start doing things where, Law can be like, okay, she's fucking weird. And what is she doing? And that kind of stuff. Right. We made her to be kind of a slow burn, character that Law is like, I don't want to just, she's not a bank robber or anything like that, but, I want to start doing stuff where a couple of different detectives can be like, there's something fucking wrong with this woman. Yes, we will. We will enjoy it and have a great day at work. Yeah, anyway, she's pretty quiet in general, Dion, I think. I wish you did that. It would have been perfect with Lucian. Well, I also, this is dumb because it's Brad and I can say whatever, but for some reason I hesitated because I didn't want to fuck up Brad with just like, you know, just being unfiltered and ridiculous with Delilah. So, yeah. Anyway, let's pick some music because this is rendering and I have none on the soundboard for Delilah because we lost it all. So the question is, do we have the Horny on Main Rabbit theme song? That's absolutely mandatory, right? So first of all, let's change our profile. PB, listen, okay? I have been very honest, okay, about both my feelings and Delilah's feelings for Rabbit, okay? I think that's fine. And also now Maynard, right? Oh my God, you guys. There's a lot. There's a lot. Maynard, yeah, you have missed some shit, Riviera. You gotta go back, or I could just I refuse to put it up on the screen again, dude. I refuse. You gotta go watch it. It's on YouTube. I have missed some shit. Yeah. Either it's in the highlights here on this channel or it's on YouTube. But so here's the thing, you guys. Here's the tea. Let me tell you a little bit more tea while we wait. Okay, here's the tea. Maynard and Rabbit have history. Like a not happy history at all. And I know this. PB knows this, but Delilah still has no idea. Maybe an inkling of an idea, but not really. Uh-oh, yeah. So it's like, so I have been just sitting back going like, oh, is Maynard fucking around with Delilah to poke at Rabbit? Does Maynard even know that there's something going on between Delilah and Rabbit? You know, like I have no idea what the plan is. I have no idea what the motives are. Yeah, it's just been, yeah. Okay, so let me tell you what I think I know about the tea between Maynard and Rabbit. Okay, so a long time ago, let me get this music going again for us because it's creepy and lovely. Oh my God. Does this work? Oh! Okay. Sorry, I know you said not to do that right now, but I couldn't help but react immediately. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the tea that PB knows. It's really important that I stress this. I know this, okay? But Delilah doesn't know this. It's one of those situations where I found out either on another character or I heard about it and I was like, oh shit. But here's the deal. So, way back before Delilah starts working at the Blue Pearl or shortly after, hello Lee. What game is this? We're going to be doing Red Dead Redemption roleplay, which sounds crazy, but it's awesome. So hang tight. Okay, so way back, there's somebody named Slim. All right. Now Slim's alt name is also, I think, Riley. I think their full name is Riley Slim. Okay. Now, we're going on my memory, so remember, I might fuck up some details, okay? But here's what I know about Riley Slim, okay? I know that Slim fucked up Maynard. Delilah also knows that. Somebody named Slim fucked up Maynard really badly and scarred him all over, okay? And the one that got away. Yeah, and he, you know, in Delilah's brain, Delilah's like, oh, if I ever get an opportunity to run into this Slim person, I'll just deliver them to Maynard and that'll be a gift that I give. Oh! But hold on, because Slim's first name is Riley, and Riley is good friends with Rabbit. Great friends with Rabbit. Like, really good friends with Rabbit. Okay? Slim, why does that sound familiar? I'll tell you why. Because way back when Delilah worked at the Pearl, Klaus was chasing Delilah, like, you know, sleep with me kind of thing. And Delilah was like, you're married. Not that that matters to me, but wow, that's such a long time ago. Yeah, the only reason I bring that up is because he was very aggressively chasing after her and would mention his wife, who was Slim. And I think that he said Slim, it was either Slim or Riley. It was one name or the other. And here's why I've been like, oh my God, this is so fucking funny that this is coming up. I'm actually losing it. A Tank, it's like, Klaus what? Yes. Dude. Okay, and I'm sure this is getting complicated. It's so complicated, okay? So Klaus is chasing Delilah, but mentions the name Slim as his wife or whatever the case may be, right? Then later, Delilah finds out from Maynard that Slim cut him up really badly. And he hates Slim and has beef between Slim, right? Now, Delilah has talked to Rabbit about Slim, but not under that name. Rabbit calls Slim Riley, I think. It's one or the other, but the situation is, I know that those are the same, that's the same character, but Delilah's only ever heard about Rabbit's friend Riley, and Delilah's only ever heard about Klaus's wife, Psycho, who cut up Maynard, Slim. She hasn't pieced together that they're the same person yet. So when that happens, holy shit. Okay? Yeah, use the calculation overlay. Seriously. So it's one of those situations of like, so you have no idea I'm low-key salty in the best way. So Tank, I know Maynard is fucking with Julius as well. Okay? I know there's some of that going on. So I don't know if Maynard is literally like, oh, Delilah's good friends with Julius and Delilah, you know, and Rabbit have something going on. So I'm just gonna fucking get in there and just fuck it all up for chaos sake, just to be a gremlin, you know? So I have no idea what's going on there, but I love it. But I do have a little bit of anxiety sometimes where I'm like, oh my God, this is gonna explode one day, but I can't do anything about it. I just have to continue being Delilah, and Delilah has no idea, dude. Delilah has no fucking idea. So yes, okay. So, however, Rabbit brings up Maynard. Dude, guys, this is nuts on another level. Rabbit brings up Maynard in one of these scenes that we're gonna watch today, as like Maynard's telegram number. Your telegram number that the fucking police department have is not your telegram number. It's Maynard's. How long has Maynard been your liaison kind of thing? And Delilah's like, since the beginning. It's always been his telegram number. So now I'm like, and I'm not joking, you guys. I think the very first day I was on server as Delilah, that I met Maynard because I was in Van Horn meeting the barman. I got shot and Maynard picked me up and brought me to Saint Denis, right? And purposefully fucked up my wound when they stitched it up so it would leave a scar, right? So that's the history between Delilah. That was my first day on server. And ever since then, they kind of had like this like weird killer cat and mouse thing going on. But nothing ever really, came of it. They just, they'd send each other weird gifts now and then, weird telegrams, stuff like that. That was the first day. Yeah, that was my first day on server. And you can go back and watch that scene, but that's how she meets Maynard, right? And then Maynard gives her his telegram number, and then when I was getting people who were like, I want to telegram you, I was just being a little shit, being like, I'm gonna make everybody telegram Maynard. I didn't even tell him. He just started getting telegrams addressed to Delilah. But in my Delilah brain, I was like, that's her way of being like, hi, this is where I am. This is what I'm up to. Try to come and follow me if you want. Or like, come and find me. Come play, basically, is what it is. Waits in the bath for Delilah hours. Yeah, seriously. OPB. It worked, okay? So, anyway. So, since day one, I don't think I've ever given anyone my real Telegram number, except for maybe some of the people in Guarma, you know? But everybody else has Maynard's Telegram number and has since day one, and except for Rabbit, okay? Except for Rabbit. The fucking Saints Crossing Sheriff's Department has Maynard's Telegram number as Delilah's Telegram number on file, and I've told no one. So at some point, Rabbit kind of confronts Delilah here to be like, how long has this been going on? Blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, here it comes. Here it comes. Rabbit is going to reveal the connection between Maynard and Rabbit. And I'm not going to fucking tell you what happens because I want to be a dick. I just wanted to edge you all the way there and then stop and then make you watch it to find out what happens. All right, let's get some music, okay? It's rendering. It's gonna take a while to render this out. I should have rendered it in 2 halves is what I should have done. Actually, I'm going to do that. That is awful to stop right now, but I'm gonna, otherwise it's gonna take forever, right? So we'll render that out first. Horny on Main Part 1. And then while we're watching Part 1, I will render out Part 2. Give your Telegram number to the people that don't have access to Telegrams. Perfect. They do. Like JJ. JJ's another one, actually. I use JJ's Telegram number quite frequently. And some of that is just to be like, here, I'm like giving the RP out as well, so that it's not just Delilah that's getting the telegrams. It's kind of cool, I think, that other people get telegrams addressed to Delilah and then they're kind of included in the conversation without Delilah doing that thing of like, here's what happened. Let me tell you everything. Because Delilah's just not that kind of character. But we're on a roleplay server via voice. It's the only way to let people know what's going on is to tell them what's happening. So for me, it was my way around that, kind of. Was to be like, all right, well, I'm just going to let, you know, the people in my gang or in my vicinity read my telegrams. All of them. Except for Rabbit. Except for Rabbit. It's the only one. Hilarious. Okay, music. Okay, first of all, we need the Horny on Main love song. Okay? I'm doing it right now. We are creating a new profile. Right? We are on Delilah. Now, I am awful because I have their music in like 4 different files on 4 different hard drives so that not a single hard drive maxes out. Ridiculous. Also, Sean, hello. I saw you in here. Heartbroken. Oh, you're dead now. I mean, not you, but your character's dead now. So I can tell you, I was the creep that sent that telegram and you nailed it. You nailed it. You were like, didn't that Delilah woman say something like that? And I was like, dude, his subconscious caught it. The detective in him was like, put the pieces together. But then he was just like, So I will tell you, that was me. That was, in fact, me being super creepo mode. I don't even know if you know what I'm talking about, but Sean always knew. I bet. I'm sure. And he was just playing the long game there. Okay, let's do WILDRP Delilah. All right, let me think about the scenes that we have. I don't think today we need... Oh, here it is. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, Aqua, thank you so much. Wait, the creep who sent Lord that telegram? Yep, that was me. 'Twas moi. Okay, we're gonna test this now here. Is this correct? Output to music. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Y4, you no work? Do you guys hear something and I don't? I don't think so. I think not. Which means that we might be stuck with the Stream Deck for another meta Monday, but that's okay. Let me try one more time. I was trying to switch to classy pads. Yes. Sean played Detective Glass, who was involved, obviously, in the Devil in the Swamp storyline. Obviously, so much more than that. But, I mean, in relation to this channel, would be the detective who was helping Imogen. And the detective that Ray Bush stabbed and left bleeding the day Imogen died. He plays that badass detective. Okay, that's not working for whatever reason, and that's okay. Maybe it might be the file type. Okay, in that case, we're doing the Stream Deck. We're rolling with it. All right, Delilah, what do we got? Horny on main love song. We're good. What other scenes do we have? We have like a weird, creepy... Dude. We have a weird, creepy scene where I am riding to leave the crossing. After the scene with Rabbit, I'm like, Delilah's on cloud 9. Like, I got to kiss Rabbit. I'm floating. And I pass by a downed lawman who's like begging for help. And I'm like... Oh, I'm like, well, I'm feeling really good right now, and boy do I want to just like do some weird shit to you, but also I don't want to get Rabbit in trouble. So I guess I'll help you. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. It literally immediately after the scene with Rabbit, this happens. I run into this dude who's like begging for help and dying or whatever. Not really dying, but he was attacked by a cougar, I think. Okay, so that scene has some action in it, and I don't usually play action music on Delilah. Oh yeah, we do. Delilah's got her own... Hold on. I got this. It just took me a second to get back into Delilah brain. Aqua Snakes, thank you so much for Sully! Hello! Are you here for the dirty meta? It's old, so it's probably fine. Enjoy your sub-free viewing experience of this filthy meta. Okay, hold on. God, I love this song, dude. We're gonna do... I'm looking for it right now. Please hold. I've stopped listening to this. Activating my brain. Okay. We'll listen to it when the scene is going. Okay, please hold. Now, I'm pretty sure the ones we like for her are Ballpoint, right? Baboon. That's a pretty big Delilah one, right? That's not quite what I'm looking for though. We need one that's a bit more stilts. You think this one is a good one? No. I need one that's a little bit more intense. This one will work. I already know what song that is. What about Cortland? Sorry, I'm literally picking and I'm speaking out loud. God, I fucking love that song. I get shot at, dude. So I can't. I get shot at for this fucking lawman, dude. Not even worth my time. So, okay. Please hold. It's done, by the way. We can start watching it. Yes. Ah. Aren't you guys so excited for the filthy meta? Okay. Please hold one more second because I can't search for this while we're watching it because you'll be able to hear it. Bring on the smut. Bring on the murder smut. Oh, that's terrible. Don't say that. I'll get in trouble. Don't say that. It's not true. It's implied smut. It's implied. Okay, let's see. Delilah. Sorry, thank you. Zach. Oh, I was gonna do that too, but we don't need to yet. I have to think about this footage and when it takes place. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay, one more folder I'm looking at to see if there's any song that I want to include here. Oh, it's this one, right? Hold on. I recognize this song name, and I think this one might be a good one for us for getting chased. Yeah, I know that one. Okay, cool. All right, so we got that. And then we've got our love song. Do we have Super Creep? We do. Awesome. And do we have... This is the best. Don't you guys just love this? Okay, we're good now. We're good now. Let's go ahead and start. Holy shit, you guys. Unreal. Okay, I've already said the disclaimer, so I'm not going to say it again, but mature themes. That's what I'll say. Okay. Let me open this. Let me move over here to the video. Right here. Yep. Okay. Awesome. Oh, you called it. You called it horny on Main, dude. I'm like, what did I title this? Oh no. Okay. I got it. Worry not. Man, there's just something about improv roleplay, you know, when it's like unplanned and ridiculous and there's no script, and what do you do with that? Some of my favorite storytelling. I just watched Coherence again, and was really excited about it because part of Coherence is like there was no script for that movie. And I think that's part of why I love it. Because most of everything that's happening there is improv. And I there's just something about that, man, that I love so much. Okay, ba-ba-bum. I love Coherence so much. Me too. So that director and writer is doing something else. They just announced, which is super cool. Along the same veins, I think, in the creep factor. Okay. It is time for Horny on Main Hannibal Lecter style. Part 1. All right, let's fucking do this. Hopefully this plays without issue, actually. It should. It should. We're going to go over here real quick and I'm just going to test this. Our title and stuff is all good, right? We've got the tag. Yes. Okay.
What can I do for you?
You're gonna have to speak up.
I didn't say anything yet. A word? Wallaby? It's been a while.
I'm sorry, who are you again?
Delilah. We met on Guarma.
That's right. You're the bounty lady.
To some.
Yeah, step into my office.
Drink so dang much, I'm saying scheiße.
Move on, fella. So, what brings me this pleasure?
How long were you in Sisika?
Oh, depends what time we're talking.
The most
I've
recent
spent more.
one.
30 months, maybe more. Why?
Just curious.
You came to Van Horn because you're curious when and why and how long I've been in prison.
No, I'm curious about a lot of things.
Yeah, I know you are. How's your friend?
Which friend?
You know which one.
I'm not here to talk about him.
What are you here to talk about then?
I put in a request to see you when you were in Sisika. They denied me. Do you remember what we talked about on Guarma? The last thing we said to each other?
You'll have to refresh my memory.
I offered to pay you money if you ever found out who killed Rufus.
Oh, that's right. I do recall. And I know. I'm sure you know by now, too.
I do.
He's got a
also
cousin,
here.
did you know that?
Ah, that's the deputy.
Lord.
I see.
Yeah, Lord Dog. Saw him for the first time just yesterday, I believe. Bouncing out of Road Sheriff's office. Being very stoic. Nothing like his cousin, unfortunately. Real disappointment.
I only saw him a few days ago myself. If you know, I can assume you don't plan to do anything about it.
Now what? And how would that benefit me? So you see, my priority is Van Horn, this place. Rufus is a relic of my past. A good boy, a good friend. But his cousin, just another law dog I'm gonna have to kill to guarantee my safety and the safety of Van Horn.
Pause. I don't know if this is actually just the recording or what. Let's see if it, sorry, clears itself up. Are you gonna survive? Don't do this to us. Don't do this to us. It's so good. Hold. I'm actually gonna do this and refresh it, and then I'll skip ahead. Hold on. Wait, that's the deputy.
Lord.
Okay, here we go.
Good boy.
All right.
Good friend.
No, we haven't gotten to the horny yet. It's pretty bad if I remember.
But his
I mean, this is back in
cousin.
December, but anyway, okay, bye.
Just another lore dog I'm gonna have to kill to guarantee my safety and the safety of Van Horn.
I don't really care about his cousin so much as I care about his killer. And if you don't intend to do anything about it, then perhaps I can find someone else. I just thought you'd be personally invested.
Rainwater Company remnants. Scattered, a lot of them. Not even sure if in the crossing anymore.
The one who killed him is.
Tell me, why don't you do something about it?
I just might.
You're looking for someone else to do the deed.
I have my reasons.
You don't want to get your hands dirty.
Think what you want.
No, that's not it. I can tell. This means a lot to you.
It might.
Maybe I can help you. But you must understand, I have many wolves at my door.
I've
The
heard.
law circle Van Horn daily with dozens. My time is coming to an end. Death or jail, whatever it may be. But I will make sure that everyone's prepared. Looking.
You son of a. We know it's not the video. Because it was fine a second ago. I'm so sorry, you guys. Hold on. I can't restart either or it kills the whole stream. So just give it a second. Not today, I know. Give it a second to load, maybe? Okay. I heard you buried him.
They buried him in the middle of fucking nowhere. A desolate land of nothing. The West is a sad state of affairs. It was truly depressing to see him there. So I dug him up. And I brought him back to his friends. His real friends.
Where?
Are you not happy?
I don't know if I know what that word means. I just want to know where he rests.
Fella, I told you to move the fuck on. Pardon. The locals here in Van Horn are quite rude. I can tell you where he is.
What will it cost me?
I want to know more about Rabbit.
No hesitation.
Do I look like someone who hesitates?
Maybe.
Then you don't know me well.
No, I don't.
I killed hesitation a very long time ago. It was a necessity.
And how did you kill it?
You see, I see you. I see the way your eyes stare at me. The way you talk. Trying to get a read on me.
Don't pretend like you don't enjoy it.
I do enjoy a challenge. So forward. You see, everyone here is... Let's be honest. They ain't too bright.
No, they aren't.
See, Rabbit, everyone says the same thing. Rabbit don't care about hostages. Rabbit is an outlaw with a badge. Rabbit's smart. The Rabbit gets it. But Rabbits also lost their touch.
Oh, you sound bored. Disappointed even.
Rabbit, I don't know if you heard about the time I kidnapped Sheriff Hart.
Tell me.
I took him for ransom one fine evening. The law were not very happy. They shut down all negotiations. Locked me up, and only I knew where he was. So Rabbit brings my beloved Irene to Sisika. She was wanted for no crime. Her only crime was she was in love with me. Rabbit grabbed her by her hair, dragged her in front of me, and tortured her before my eyes. The law beat her, battered her. She was even shot. Rabbit found a weakness, my love for Irene. And Rabbit exploited that weakness. Now, as fate would have it, while this was happening, the law apprehended Hart, found him on their own. So the torture was pointless. Now, what Rabbit did was a gift.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. Do you want to know where Irene is now?
You killed her.
She's in a glass jar above my mantelpiece. I took my weakness and I cut it out. I will always do what I must for Van Horn. And the day that I become a weakness to this here place is the day that I should be cut out. That's why I never hesitate. Because I have no weakness. I have no second thoughts.
Tell me. Do you feel weak?
I do not. Not anymore.
When did you know you needed to cut it out?
That very day. I can help you in this Rufus situation and those that did him harm. But I want Rabbit.
I find this interesting. You've known Rabbit far longer than I. What makes you think that's an equal trade?
Equal has nothing to do with it.
What makes
I'm
you
giving
think
you
I
my
know
terms.
Rabbit better
I know
than
you do. I know you do.
And how
You
do
think I
know
didn't
that?
hear about the little visits to Guarma? You know how many times your name has come up when I've inquired about Rabbit?
How many?
They're calling you
How many?
the Witch of Guarma. Is what I believe you were referring to.
Do you believe in witches, Wallaby?
You are good. You are very, very good. I like you. I might want to keep you. Put you in a little cage. Pick your brain. Those are my terms. I'll give you everything you want. You bring Rabbit. Or is Rabbit your weakness? Take my advice. Cut it out.
You don't need a cage to pick my brain, Wallaby.
Maybe I'd like you in a cage.
I bet you would.
Maybe I could just tie you up now and take you down to my dungeon. And yes, I do have one. With a cage.
I don't doubt.
And I'll just keep you right there. Keep an eye on you. But
Surely that's not as fun.
maybe save that for later. I think you'll find I'm a very resourceful man. There's a great many things I can do for you. Perhaps we can be good friends, you and I.
Now we both know that's not true, is it? You can't afford any more weakness. No more real friendships.
I fucking love you. You know my price.
Thanks for the chat.
Well, howdy, ma'am.
You look well.
I look better. There's a difference.
You look better.
You look exactly the same as I remember you.
I hope that's good.
It's very good, trust me.
I think you're the first person to test my patience. I'm sorry I couldn't wait.
I'm not a patient person either. Do you like being followed for a change?
Yes. You
Is it
lost
better
me
because
in
you
the
chose it?
fog.
I didn't mean to. I was talking to Morgan of all folk.
I saw that.
And I think that was still Pavis on the back of his horse, but that's a long conversation for another time.
How are you?
My lungs are clear. And my focus is better. I'm back in the saddle. Proper this time.
You seem conflicted about that.
A little. Sometimes you want the hard choices taken away from you, you know, especially when you've been making them all your life. But this one's up to me, I guess.
Which hard choice do you have now?
It's just about staying or leaving. And if I leave, what state I leave it in. But I'm making preparations. Which will make that an easier choice, I hope.
What kind of preparations? Or would you rather not share?
Well, it's not exactly private, I'm trying to make sure this department don't forget its history. I'm trying to leave lessons behind for those that come after, ones that I likely won't meet. And I'm trying to make sure that my replacements are better than me.
You're perfect in every way.
I knew you'd say that. This is a very open place to be talking.
Would you like to go somewhere else?
I think so.
Is here good enough? We're out of the city entirely.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
This is fitting somehow.
An alleyway?
No, the well.
Oh. I liked your telegram. I'm not sure I fully understood it, but maybe it wasn't supposed to be.
It's just how I was feeling at the time. How I've been feeling.
Waiting for the light, huh?
Something like that. Yes.
You've been keeping okay? You've been occupied?
Yes.
You're one of the only folk I ever met who I feel is at my side even when she's absent.
I'm glad. Did you get my message?
I did.
Good.
Some deputies launched a whole investigation into it.
I'm sorry, but that pleases me. Tickles me a little. I didn't mean to cause you trouble. So.
It's okay. A little bit of trouble's worth a lot. They got a lot bigger problems than chalk markings. I appreciate your restraint not hitting that man.
It doesn't seem my type.
Well, I thought about it, so I figured if I thought about it, you might have, but maybe I was wrong.
I thought about it.
I do got a question for you.
Sure.
How long has Maynard been your messenger? I noticed that the telegram I was given for him and the one in your registry are exactly the same.
My registry? I see.
Do you not have a registry? Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe there's a different Delilah with a telegram identical to the one that...
No.
Oh, okay.
I would never lie to you. I'm just surprised I have a registry, I guess. Yes, I've been using his telegram. Probably since I first met him. At first it started out as a game. I thought he would find it annoying to get telegrams that weren't for him.
I bet you were right about that.
I've known Maynard. Was.
I've known Maynard a long time, and well, he's a charmer, and knowing you two, I bet you get along like a house on fire.
A little bit. More than I thought we would, to be honest.
I'm surprised you ain't killed each other.
That's not off the table yet, I don't think. But
yeah, that figures.
I'm trying very hard not to cause you trouble.
It must be very difficult.
These chains are willing. I don't mind.
Sure, but willing chains are still chains at the end of the day, and I know you want to run free.
I do. I want you to run with me.
I do too. I hate the word soon, but it's the only word I got.
I understand.
Does winter hit Guarma like it does here?
I don't know. I've been here.
And why have you been here and not there?
I didn't want to go back until I knew you were here again.
Well, you've known that for a little while, but you are still here.
Yes. I was hoping to see you before I left. And actually see you. Not just from afar.
You wanted to speak with me?
Yes.
Well, I would never deny you, you know that.
Would you like to update my file?
No, I don't think that's necessary.
The one you have is mine. And you're one of 4 that have it, and 2 of those people are dead. Not by my hand.
No, I figured. I mean, I didn't, but I guessed. Should I ask how everybody else is doing, or is that a dangerous question?
As far as I know, okay. I can give you more information, but some of it is not so great. I'd like to tell you something that I think you might enjoy, but it might complicate things.
Maybe you tell it to me when we're
Right.
somewhere that I don't have obligations.
Then I'll wait. Julius is dipping a little into the pool of his own darkness. Morgan seems mostly the same. JJ as well. Mishka's no longer a part of Guarma.
That is a relief to hear, to be honest. She's caused problems for me and mine, without me laying eyes on her for months.
I don't think she'll be coming back anytime soon. If at all.
Well, it sounds like I gotta come visit in that case, because there's nothing holding me back.
I met with Clementine.
She mentioned Maynard was with you.
Yes. I think
Who's
he
saying he's-
followed her.
He's got something of mine, is what he told me.
I didn't realize you two knew each other.
It's not your fault. And you've been around the crossing long enough, you get to know a lot of ghosts, folks that drift in and out. Maynard's one of the oldest ghosts I know, I think. Always friendly, but the same way a wolf is friendly.
Yes.
When a wolf is well fed, it can be awful kind to what it considers prey, right?
Is that how you would describe me?
A well fed wolf?
Yes.
I don't want to imply you're being kept or nothing, but if I had to wager, you're probably pretty hungry.
Yes, I am.
I wish I could solve that. If there's a way I can solve that, I would. I will.
Maybe next time you're in Guarma, you can come hunting with me.
Hunting for game or something a little more complicated?
Something a little more complicated.
I'll have to think about that long and hard.
I know. My feelings for you won't change. But I thought I'd offer.
Well, mine won't change for you neither.
Can I ask you some questions that you do not have to answer? I've heard about two people that have intrigued me. A Dr. Thine and another individual.
I know of Thine.
Is he interesting? Would I find him interesting?
I think he's beneath you, personally speaking. But
Thank you.
you might be able to wring out some joy from speaking to him, I'm not sure. Near as I can tell, I can't tell if it's delusion or viciousness, if that makes any sense. I can't tell if he causes hurt because it brings him joy or if it's a compulsion.
I see.
Probably a person with dark needs, which I'm sure you're familiar with, but
Not everyone with dark needs interests me.
I know. You asked about a second.
I don't have a name for this one, but it's another doctor. Someone educated. Snatching people up.
The surgeon.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, that one's already been caught. It's a penitentiary due for execution.
I don't suppose there's a way I could talk to him before he dies.
That one's definitely not worth your time.
All right.
The word I'd use is pathetic.
A little disappointing, but good to know. I don't have to waste my time.
I'll speak one into power for you that you might not have heard of.
Yes,
I can't
please.
go into details, but they're a group that I'm currently investigating and possibly about to become entangled with. They're called the Church of Lost Souls.
Oh. All right.
Have you heard about them already?
Briefly, we saw a flyer at some point, and Bonnie, Jack, Morgan, and myself thought we'd stop by, but something else came up, and we never did.
Well, they're not a church, they're a cult.
Interesting. We figured as much.
The word I'd use for its followers would be indoctrination. Father Abaddon.
I see.
I haven't met any of them yet, but I'm about to meet one. I'm going out on a limb to make that happen. That's why I'm tied up here for the next couple of days.
Would you like me to be nearby?
I don't think that's wise for a couple of reasons. There's a civilian I'm trying to protect,
I see.
someone that they've already harmed. So there's a couple of folk in that cult she thinks can be rescued. So
I see.
of all the people in the department, I'm probably the best equipped to extend that hand.
I see.
I'm hoping it's an interesting story I can tell you back on the island.
Then I will wait. I'm sure you can take care of it. And I'm sure you could rescue those people if they want to be rescued.
Obligations. I see someone in a pit of darkness and I feel the need to extend the hand, even if I might get a few fingers bitten off. It has been too long.
This can be enough. At least for a little while longer.
I'll be in Guarma before the next week is out.
That makes me happy to hear.
Now, what a better place to spend Christmas, huh?
Yes,
Speaking of, I actually have a gift for you.
you do.
I do, and I hope it is not overstepping.
I'm not sure that word could ever apply to you and me.
Well, I know that you're not the most fond of firearms. I don't know how much time you've spent with them since we last spoke.
Not too much. But I'll learn. If it is a gift from you.
Have you ever named a gun before?
No.
I named this one for you.
Ah. Oh my. It's beautiful.
It's... I just tried to make something that made me think of you. And then... I figured it was better that you had it.
Would you like me to use it or would you like me to save it for you?
Guns only have one purpose. You can use it however you like.
All right.
The thing I'll tell you is that a gun is not special. It's the person who wields it. That's the only reason I'd give it to you.
I don't want to go, but I feel like if I stay, I will become even less patient than I am today. And I don't want to get in your way.
Where are you heading?
Back to Guarma.
Right now?
No. Right now I'm with you.
But once you leave, that's where you're going.
Yes.
There's a lot I want to say, and the words are not sufficient. I had a lot I wanted to tell you, show you in Guarma last time I went to try and find you, but things didn't work out.
I'll wait for you there.
I just mean, I'm tired of time being taken away. I'm tired of it being cheated from us both. A glimpse of you is like a flash in the pan, and it does last a long time. It's like looking at the sun. I can see it when I close my eyes for weeks afterwards, but it's not fair.
Know that I would stay here with you tonight. In an instant. But I also know that we can't be seen together like that here. But I want that more than anything.
Well then, don't let me stop you, Del. I won't be long.
I can't walk away from you right now. Now that you're here, I'm afraid my feet are firmly planted.
All right. I'll do you the favor then.
Thank you. I see. And how long have you been a lawman, Nash?
Not too long. Maybe about a week. Oh well.
Hold on tight.
Oh.
Do you have a preference for your medical treatment? Deputy
Whatever's
Nash?
closest. I don't want to trouble you too much. I should be fine.
Annisburg, then? Or Saint
That'll
Denis?
do.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's all right. I don't think it's too bad.
And if there's no medical?
Oh, I don't know. I came here to try and help somebody that needed some medical help because there wasn't medical. I might just have to hope there's a local doctor or something.
There are people in Saint Denis. I could take you there. I'm in no rush.
Well, it might be best. I'll leave it up to you. Whatever you got the time for.
What about this person that you were sent here to help?
I couldn't track them down. It was a little while ago now,
All right.
but I don't think they were there.
Saint Denis it is then.
Thank you, ma'am.
If you reach into that saddlebag, you'll find some bandages.
Okay.
You might want to wrap those around your arm and stop that bleeding.
Okay, yeah. Oh, well. What's your name, ma'am?
Delilah?
Delilah, that's a pretty name.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for finding me.
No, sir.
You're welcome. I almost didn't stop, you know.
I'm glad you did. I don't know how I would have done there much longer. What brought you up to Annisburg?
I live on Guarma. I was returning home.
Oh, well, okay. Guarma, huh?
That's right.
I just met a man earlier today that was looking for lemons from Guarma. Is that something you do? You bring produce back and forth?
No.
Fair enough.
Do you believe in fate, Deputy Nash?
I do. Why do you ask?
Because I do. And I'm wondering why I met you today, on my way home.
Well, hell, all I can say is I'm glad you did. I'm sorry to keep you from home.
That's all right. I wouldn't do it if I didn't want to.
How often do you make it into the crossing here? Is it, just every now and then, or?
Every now and then. Not very often at all.
I've heard Guarma's pretty damn beautiful. I've never quite made it over that way myself.
Well, if you do, you should stop by. There's a bar on top of the mountain. It's called Omens. I'd happily
Omens?
make you a drink.
Well, I'll take you up on that.
Please do.
How long you been living out there? Were you born and raised there? Or?
No, not born and raised, and you most certainly are a deputy. Deputy now.
Why's that?
The way you ask questions and the questions you choose to ask.
Well, hell, that's, that's the training right there, I suppose.
Once a detective, always a detective.
I don't mean to pry at you. I'm just,
It's all right.
keep a conversation.
I've lived there for about a year and a half, maybe now.
Oh, wow.
And no, I wasn't born there, obviously.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
What about you?
So, I wasn't born here in the crossing. I came from,
Tennessee, right? Oh!
yeah, holy jeez. Oh, my God. He's not, oh, my God.
You are a deputy, and therefore I will not act.
Fair enough.
That man is
It
very
would've
lucky.
been self-defense. Holy shit.
Well, I still would prefer not to kill him if we don't have to.
He's definitely persistent.
I can see that. Hang tight.
Okay. No. Jesus. God damn.
He's very persistent.
Sir, back off. Back off.
Is he shooting you still?
He's still trying.
All right. The question is, will he follow us into town? I sure hope not.
I hope not either.
Is he still there? Oh, he is.
Oh,
Goodness
yeah,
me,
he is.
what
He's
fun.
persistent. Oh my God. He's keeping it real interesting. He's still coming too.
All right.
You're gaining a little bit of ground though. Think you lost him.
I'm a
Jeez.
little disappointed by that, I will admit.
Fair enough, ma'am. You are very honest and direct. I appreciate that.
Yes, I am.
Where was I? Yes, I came from Tennessee not too long ago, maybe about a month. So crossing's still fairly new to me.
Oh, is it?
It is. Oh, these damn snakes. But it is, it's beautiful land out here. I can only imagine Guarma. I've heard very interesting things about Guarma and its wildlife, its produce, it's just in general how beautiful it is out there.
Yeah.
Somebody told me once that there were black panthers out there as well, which is they came face to face with and weren't attacked, and they were fairly friendly, which is strange to imagine.
They can be. But I'd
They
say
just-
that your friend who told you that probably is exaggerating.
Yeah, that's probably accurate. I think his name was Romeo. I don't know if you've ever met him.
Oh, I know Romeo. Not exaggerating then.
He's a nice guy. I've only met him maybe twice, but he's an alright dude. He's an alright guy.
Yes, I always liked Romeo.
Did he hit you?
Yes, he
think-
most certainly did.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm all right.
Okay. can't say I like Saint Denis all that much.
Really? Why
It's too
is
big
that?
of a city for me.
Ah, I see. From a smaller town in Tennessee, are you?
I am, yeah. My family had a ranch out there, a small town nearby. Kind of knew everybody that was around. That's why I like Rhodes and Blackwater.
I see.
It's a lot of familiar faces.
I don't go out that way much. Roads on occasion, but not much further than that.
What is it that you do, ma'am? I'm being a deputy again, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm just thinking about how to answer you honestly.
If you don't have to.
I appreciate that. I tend a bar in Guarma. But I do
Yeah,
more
the
than
one at
that.
the top of the mountain.
That's
Right.
right. That's right. So I guess you could say I'm a bartender.
Fair enough.
Now the trouble is, if there's no one here, I might be in a bit of a bind. Should I head to the police station?
I'm not sure that there's gonna be anybody there. I do have a medical bag in my pockets, but I don't know if you know how to use any of it.
I can certainly try.
There's not a whole lot of deputies around right now either, I don't believe.
I know of a few. I could see if they're still around. Okay.
Jesus. Oh, hell.
I don't think I am able to get your medical bag.
Oh, hell yeah, that's probably true. It's just quite the predicament we got ourselves in here.
It is. Hold on.
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
Would you like to walk me through what I'm supposed to do?
Well, you ever stitched somebody up before?
No, I haven't.
Okay, there's gonna be a needle, and there's gonna be some horsehair in that medical bag.
Mm-hmm.
And it should be pre-threaded, and if not, you just gotta put some of that horsehair through the needle, and just tie it off.
All right.
You're gonna zigzag down the open wound on my arm, and it's gonna hurt like hell, but it'll close it up and stop the bleeding.
Would you like something to bite on?
You got something to drink instead?
No.
Okay, yeah, whatever you got.
Have at it.
Okay, yeah, don't worry.
Almost done.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah, it looks there.
Now what?
There's gonna be some gauze in there. You want to take that gauze and then wrap that in some bandaging? I don't know if they've got any kind of alcohol or some kind of cleansing oil or something in there.
Oh, yes, they do have alcohol. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just pour that right on my arm.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
And now?
Okay, should be able to help you out here. We're just gonna wrap the arm up in some gauze and bandaging. And then from there, I think we're good.
Will that leave a scar?
Oh, most definitely. That was a nasty cut. And the stitching work was pretty damn good for first time.
Well, thank you.
Oh, god damn. Okay, that should do it. Oh, Delilah, you are a lifesaver.
I'm glad you're all right.
Absolutely, man. I'm glad you found me. I was most certainly lost out there, and I did not expect anybody to ride by anytime soon.
I'm not sure why fate brought us together, Deputy Nash, but I am sure it did for a reason. And I'm sure we'll find out soon enough.
Well, I am glad that it did happen. And it's been a pleasure.
Have a good day.
You as well, ma'am. And you stay safe getting home.
Oh, I will.
Come with me. Let's take a look at you. And I'd like to show you something. Where was you shot? Will you do me a favor and take your jacket off? Where did they get you?
Now I really hear her. There she is. Careful now.
How about some privacy? Why don't you just listen to her go to work while I take a look at you? Oh, look at that. Right in your arm. Boy, gonna have to get that bullet out of you.
Go on then.
Why don't you have a seat on the cot behind you?
You can stand if you like as well.
I think I'll stand.
All right, face me. That's not too bad. Hold on. I tell you this was gonna sting a bit, but I don't think it'll bother you too much. A little bit more. Now let's take a look. Well, it doesn't look too deep. There's no bullet in there either. Well, just to be safe. Hold on. I think only a couple stitches will do this. Make sure this heals up nice and clean.
All right.
I will just pull this through. And one more. Gonna get this nice and tight, cinch it up. And then snip. And there you go.
Thank you.
You should be more careful, darling.
Should I?
You should.
Wasn't this fun?
This is fun, but I like you when you're in one piece, and I'm not even close to being done with you yet. So let's keep it nice and healthy. Would you turn around for me? There we go. Get you back in your skin.
Thank you.
You want to head over to the boat? Aren't you anxious to see what's going on outside?
All right.
Could be dangerous. Where is this? Oh, right there. Woo!
Are you all right?
Yeah, yeah. Woo! Just gotta pick my head up.
Oh my. My little gift to you.
Oh, thank you so much. You saved my life. How often do you get to stab a cougar to death, huh?
That's twice today. Not stabbing the cougar, but being called a lifesaver.
Oh, are you
Strange.
becoming a do-gooder?
No.
Well, I'll appreciate your efforts despite it being against your nature.
I like you in One Piece as well.
Oh, that, it's quite fortunate for me.
It's so nice to see you.
Pleasure's all mine, I assure you. Would you like to take a walk?
Yes.
All right. I appreciate you being good to Clem.
Her
Not that
reading
I would
was
expect
very
any
good.
different.
Hmm.
Yeah, she leans on that book a lot, but I've told her that's not a weakness. Plus, everyone's style is very different. Clem has a way of agonizing over the bad cards, as she calls them. I told her that laying them all out in a row makes them seem less daunting.
She can see the whole message that way.
Mm-hmm. But I'm more of a big picture person. She's more concerned with little details. So that kind of makes sense. I have a problem back in the crossing.
Oh?
One that I might end up having to resolve here when all's said and done.
All right.
It's a little complicated. I won't bore you with the full details.
You could never bore me.
Well, for the time being, it's technically work, so I shouldn't be telling you about it. But it's work that will continue after I retire.
Understood. Like Clem, I too am caught up on the finer details of you. You can tell me when you're done. When you retire. I'll
Yeah,
wait.
April. I don't have an exact date in mind just yet, but April 14th will be roughly my 2-year anniversary as a sheriff. That feels like as good a place as any.
Might I
seen Bailey lately?
suggest you wait until a full moon? Just
A
for
full
good luck.
moon.
A
I'll
full
have to
moon
figure out
or a
when the
new
full moon is.
Yes.
Full or no? Okay, I can do that. I'm currently in the process of strengthening the department as best I can before I leave it. Promoting deputies to senior, seniors to undersheriff. Mentoring anybody I can get my hands on. I'm finding it very difficult to let go. But then I come here and it feels simpler. Well, how's about here?
Perfect. A
I was
perch?
just saying, a perch? Oh, I love a good perch.
What did you think of Clem's reading?
Her interpretations are a little bit more, I'll say optimistic than mine can tend to be.
That's how I interpreted it as well.
Clem can get very absorbed by negative interpretations. I told her that she could interpret the bad cards, as she calls them, as warnings, omens, rather than a guarantee, obstacles to overcome. And it's not like that interpretation's entirely wrong, I just think it's comforting.
I'm sure most people would prefer that kind of interpretation.
Well, I fine-tune my readings based on what the person needs. A lot of folks just want hard truth. And some folks think they want it, but don't.
She leaned on her book and didn't realize she was walking on her own several times. I think one day she'll look down and realize that.
I think so too. That was another thing I gave to her. I said, you know, if you're ever lost, you can just look at the actual card itself. The artwork tells a story as much as the word does.
And how would you have interpreted it?
That's a good question. I wasn't thinking about that too much. I try not to end game other people's readings. Was it Hanged Man reversed, 8 of Cups, Strength upright?
That's right.
I've always liked the hanged one. One of those cards that people always balk at without really understanding why. I typically view it as a crossroads. Whether that's a difficult decision or the inability to make one. I think it means abandoning indecision. Eight of Cups definitely reinforces that. Leaving something behind. Those cards side by side tell me you are leaving your indecision in the past, replaced with certainty. And what is certainty if not strength? Frankly, it's hard to interpret those cards as anything other than a little bit cheery.
Really? I took it as a very serious warning.
Oh,
Everything Clem said was accurate. But I always look at everything as interwoven, connected, the omens. And this pairing together is a very heavy one. Whatever is coming, I will need great strength to overcome. But the cards do make it sound like I will need the strength to walk up the mountain.
Are we talking the literal mountain?
No. Whatever I need to walk away from.
What do you have to walk away from?
You, Guarma, Herbie. Quite a few things, I suppose. I don't know what it's talking about, though.
Could be habits.
That is true. It could simply be talking about being collared willingly.
That old chestnut.
It does feel a bit ominous to me. I do quite like how she said I was bored before I met you.
Well, that much is true. Bored, but never boring.
I heard you were hurt.
When?
Hathaway.
Oh. A desperate attempt by a shadow of a man to remain relevant in a world that has long since abandoned him. The Wallaby kid trying to remain relevant in my life. But what can he do? I've already taken away everything from him. I took away his ability to love. And now his arrogant insistence that he doesn't suffer from this poison is tearing him, his people, and his squalid little village apart. I took the girl he supposedly loved in front of him and made her scream. And the tears he shed have led to this sad, petty spiral of destruction. He wants me to hate him. He wants me to be the one to kill him. To finish his legacy. But I won't give him that honor.
He hardly seems worth your time or effort. When was it, if I may ask?
When was I hurt?
Yes.
Would have been first week of January, I think.
I see. He stumbled upon me sometime in December. While I was prowling the crossing. And then he sent a telegram saying he thought the whole time about killing me, but didn't. And then wanted to meet at Jim's grave on the anniversary of his death, late January.
And did you pay this sweet child any mind?
He never came. But there was talk that it was potentially a trap of sorts.
Hathaway lacks many things. The two most prominent would be conviction and a spine.
Again, very apt.
He had me surrounded by a pack of nobodies all wearing masks, trying to lecture me on the finer points of law and disorder. About how I had betrayed parts of myself to become this tin star. I looked at a gallery of faces that I'd never met, hiding scared behind cloth with 6 muzzles trained upon me, and told him I cannot be hurt by bullets fired by cowards. Not the important part of me, anyway. My convictions, what I stand for. And still, they would not hurt me as they had been paid to do. They simply stood there proselytizing for a faith they do not believe in. So I gave William one piece of advice. Said, let me do you a favor and tell you this thing. When it's time to shoot, shoot. And put one in his jaw. He didn't even have the courage to pull the trigger on me himself. let his lapdogs do that part. But anyone can encircle a state official in a telegram office, take them to a remote part of the woods, and put a lead slug in their back. That doesn't require talent or skill or even philosophy. There was nothing impressive about that hunt. But he cited his reasons, aside from the mercenary ones. A pittance of $2,000. Was because he felt the scorecard was stacked too far in my favor. He said that I was 2-0 in my favor by his last count. And I said, well, if you want to score points on that scoreboard, you're gonna have to actually fight for it.
Was he heartbroken to find out you haven't been keeping score?
I think he was.
Men like that usually become infuriated at the notion that they lie awake at night, keeping score, keeping track.
I might keep tally for an enemy I truly respect. Which is probably why I have no tallies to speak of.
It's probably what broke his heart.
Was he heartbroken when he found you?
I think he met me before he attacked you.
Oh.
I don't think he's smart enough to know. I don't think it was related.
He was the one we stopped from fleeing the island with Jem's ashes, right?
That's right. I think he hates me purely for that and that alone.
It is strange the number of people that blame you for the death of that man. I think sentiment blinds a lot of people.
I'm inclined to agree.
I can't make Clem understand. If Coho and Morgan decide that somebody's a worthy enemy, nothing will stop them from hunting that enemy. I think these people are beneath them, but they don't quite have the same restraint. Not that I blame them.
I haven't seen Morgan bloodthirsty since Mishka.
Oh. You know, she managed to get Clem kidnapped by Zip Quill with that little mouth of hers.
Recently?
A while back. Maybe a couple months. She ran her mouth about a special Guarman coin that every windward carries.
And that's why she ended up fleeing here. Looking for my aid and protection. I understand now. Clem was the one who was shot.
By Zip. Well, Mishka helped Clem out of a bind a while back. some man by the name of Kyle. Targeted Clem for reasons I forget, because they're likely inconsequential. And Mishka kicked his ass and defended her and brought her to safety. And in return, these amateurs put out a bounty, and a handful of morons with more bullets than sense went out looking for her. She got hurt once or twice. That might be more what compelled her to come here. But God knows with that woman.
Well,
She doesn't know what she wants. Unless she looks you dead in the eyes and tells you it's chaos, which I always roll my eye at, but...
this Kyle person. Kyle Rowe. By
That's
chance?
the one. You know, for a self-styled warrior, he sure gets put in his place a whole lot.
He attacked Herbie once, right here on the beach of Guarma.
I think I might have been told that story.
If he comes back, he's as good as dead, I'm sure. But I'm sure he knows that.
Well, I've been thinking, oh geez,
About?
a couple things. There's a... I feel like I've been avoiding this place a little bit in the back of my head, and I wanted to apologize for that.
You never have to apologize to me, Rabbit.
I guess it's just... I feel like you collared yourself for my sake, and I haven't done the most fantastic job of paying you back on that front.
You owe me nothing. I know what I have. And it is enough.
I owe you a hell of a lot more than nothing. I know you'd never ask for it. There's some bad folk that I plan on bringing this way at some stage. After I set down my star. In a way, that's my gift to you. There's so many that would love a shot at my throat. They will cross the ocean looking for the opportunity.
I would love to hunt with you.
There's these people I'm trying to help. And when I put down the star, I plan on bringing them here. But when I bring them here, others will follow. And there will be blood.
Oh, all right.
I often feel like I taunt you with promises of the future, but I'm ready to put down that badge and leave the crossing in better hands than mine. April.
Here, April.
Just setting a few final pieces in place. And then who knows? You like your duels and death matches, right?
I most certainly do.
I'll bring you as much blood as you want. I'll find those that are willing to fight by honor. And I'll either bring them here myself, or I'll give you a whiff of their scent and let you do what you want.
The greatest gift I will receive in April is you. Good morning. How did you sleep?
Honestly, not particularly well. But I haven't slept well for a while now. Maybe better for having you there.
It wouldn't hurt me if you didn't.
are you doing?
Very good.
That's good.
Why can't you sleep? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
Dreaming about my upbringing, I guess. My mother raising me Catholic, learning Latin, that kind of thing.
I don't think I knew your mother raised you Catholic.
Yeah. I don't know if I've talked about Australia much.
A little bit, when we first met.
I grew up on a sheep farm,
That I
but
knew.
both of my parents were convicts sent there from, well, sent from very far away. And they were both raised Irish Catholic, so my mother passed that on to me.
The Irish part explains the name.
Yeah. Well, she named me that as a bit of a joke, I guess. It was no secret that she didn't plan on having me. There was a traveling priest, because we lived rural, a ranch, maybe a few hours travel to a town called Sergeant Stop. So every other Sunday, I would travel to town, take classes with other kids sent in. That's where I learned how to read and write. From this priest. But he'd also very dedicated man. He would whenever the weather was too cold or too rough for us to travel, he would come visit. He used to lend books to the young folk that lived in the area. Guess I got a lot of my ideas from those books. I was never very good at Latin, though. The main one I learned was Homo homini lupus. Man is a wolf to man.
Tenebrae nos circumdant is the one I remember.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Dark surrounds us.
Oh, so was that Tenebrum?
Tenebrae.
Tenebrae. Dark surrounds us.
That's right.
Do you believe that?
I believe it was true for them, yes.
There's some people I'm trying to help.
Hmm.
And I plan on doing it as a sheriff, but if I fail, they're not gonna have anybody that can protect them. And a friend of mine who was there's a group of people who hurt a friend of mine very badly. But this friend believes that there's members of that group that can be saved. She begged me to help save them.
Save them from what?
Themselves. And from a man that is corrupt in their will.
I see.
He uses faith as a weapon. He's told them that they're special, that they're chosen, that they, above all else, have endured trials that weaker souls would have failed, and has convinced them that they are soldiers in a holy war that extends beyond their death. Each of them a ready-made martyr.
I can sense you want to tell me something or ask me something.
If I can't save them in the crossing, the only option I'll have is to bring them here. But I can't do that as a sheriff. And I promised Lucia that with or without my badge, I would do my best to help these people.
Would you like me to go and get them?
No. They need to come here of their own will.
Ah. You'd like me to be a lighthouse?
If possible. I wouldn't be making these moves until April. If I brought them here while I was still with the SCSD, that would be... well, I'd probably be fired over it, because they're wanted criminals.
But what if they disappeared here of their own accord?
Then I feel they'd be safer, but if I'm not here to fight on their behalf, I'm worried that they will simply come here to find them. They fear being hunted. If he finds them here, they'll believe his power is absolute, and I don't think they'll resist. That's plans for the future. I need to plan for the next few weeks. These people are very effective hunters. They've stalked me already. They've followed me and let me know as such. I can't tell if they're trying to make me more paranoid or if they're trying to lull me into a false sense of security. But they're not like me. They don't use guns. They hunt in packs. I've seen 2 of them use bows, but no guns, no powder. I think, regardless of my plan, they will get their hands on me at some stage. I don't know if it'll be an ambush, or if they'll take a hostage, or if they'll deceive me, or if I'll be betrayed. But the closer I get to these people, my only chance of saving myself would be to abandon these people to the fire, and I'm not willing to do that. Which means I have to prepare to be taken where they force people to undergo trials.
I see.
I know I can survive them physically.
Let's go for a walk. This way. Please continue.
They are I feel that I understand how they operate. And submerging you in your worst fears, then offering you a hand.
I see.
They are manipulative. I've spoken with 4 out of the 6 that I'm aware of so far. Most are fueled by fear. At least one is fueled by pure devotion to the art of harming others.
I see.
But there's 2 that my friend has asked me to save. They have... The only reason she's alive is because they faltered. When told to kill her, they hesitated. They've been punished for that. I've met with them a few times. So they've come to care for people outside their group. For the first time in a very long time.
Do they truly care for you? Or is it manipulation?
I know for a fact they truly care for Lucia. One of them I believe she truly cares for me. Probably in a way that I can't return.
I see.
And then there's another who's completely obsessed with me. She...
Oh.
Pardon?
You first.
She killed her own family.
And how do you feel about that?
I guess I'm trying to understand. I didn't have the most fantastic relationship with my mother.
But
I don't think I would have had it in my heart to hurt her, maybe. Kill her, I don't know.
what do you think has to be in your heart to do something like that?
Pain so blinding you can't feel anything else. Or maybe an absence of all feeling and a desire to feel again. I've definitely been there before. I'm no purist. I told you how I got the name Rabbit, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That version of me would have been capable of something like that, I think.
This way.
Is it odd to be afraid?
Right now? With me?
No, not with you.
Afraid for them? Or afraid for what they might do to you?
A bit of both, I think. If they rule by fear, it means they're pretty good at sniffing them out, I have to wager.
Step back. That is unusual. It's not like me to miss.
And maybe you wanted the snake to live.
Maybe it was meant to live. If I were to posture a guess, Rabbit, I would assume that your fear stems from two places. What they might do to you, and that it will be for nothing, and you will not be able to save them.
The simplest solution is kill the corruptor. What I've learned about him is that it's almost like that's what he wants.
I see.
that there'll come a time where him dying as a martyr means he's won.
Oh, then we can't do that.
Unless it's a bluff, I guess. Maybe he would fear the end. I just can't figure out if he believes all the things he preaches or not. That he writes me these telegrams.
Was that what
There's
you were
moments.
reading this morning?
Yes. I can see how persuasive he is.
Oppressors usually are.
There's moments where he reminds me of you, or the way that you speak. But he's using the argument in a completely different direction. He said, I've chosen chains for myself for fear of what my pain will make me.
I see. Darkness surrounds us indeed. It sounds like he believes that, at least.
The people he chooses, he believes to be warriors.
Explains why he has his eyes on you.
There's only 2 other deputies that he's been sniffing after. But he's, I think he's left them alone now.
Why bother with anyone else when there's you?
I guess I should find that flattering, but it's a little hard given the context.
Are they afraid of him? Or you?
The people I'm trying to help.
Yes.
They fear his control, his eyes, his ability to know what they're thinking. I don't think you can read minds, but if you convince someone that you can, they'll probably tell you everything you want to hear anyway.
Fear often tricks us into betraying ourselves with our bodies. He's probably fluent in the language. People like that, people like JJ, or even Mishka to a degree, they want, crave some sort of collar. If you take one away, they might They may seek out another.
And it's my fear. It's hard to ask the faithful to abandon their beliefs and to embrace the absence.
So perhaps do not ask them to embrace an absence that replace one faith with another.
I'd thought about this. That's why I've been They believe in apocryphal text. They believe that when Lucifer tried to usurp the throne of God, that he worked with another. With Abaddon.
The Great Destroyer.
Yeah. That Abaddon and Lucifer worked together, but that in their final moments, Lucifer betrayed Abaddon. They claim that he was blinded by ambition or anger or jealousy. So in their text, when Lucifer was cast down to hell, Abaddon was cast to a different place called the Abyss.
Yeah.
It's a place that's neither heaven nor hell.
The space in between, the space deep below, the space within us all.
I guess so. And they believe that Abaddon is the one that will bring a final judgment to both heaven and hell. That is the great war they are preparing themselves for. If you fail the trial, you are unworthy. You're meant to be slain. They've done that to a few people already. But the trial involves mental conditioning, hallucinogens. They induce visions. And force their victims to explain what they see. Those that see the angel are saved. Of course, before this, you are subjected to weeks of beatings, starvation, dehydration. And you are told time and time again that only the worthy see the angel, and only the worthy may live. To any desperate soul, anybody that endures that, anyone that is still a survivor, would claim they see the angel. Not even lie. I think they'd will it into being in front of them.
Fear is a powerful weapon.
Watch out. I'm gonna try and stop these people the way that I usually try and stop anybody. I just fear it's not gonna be enough. That reading that Clem gave last night. Not needing to leave something significant behind. Find strength. I feel like it's this situation the cards were talking about.
You feel it was a message for you?
I tried not to believe it was. But it's what you said back there at Bailey's.
Which part?
The part of you that refused to be an optimist in that moment. I've been clinging onto this badge for fear of what I'll become without it.
Why does that frighten you so?
Of what I'll become.
Yes.
I worry I'll lose all of my care for folk. Because that didn't come natural. That's something I had to learn, be taught. And I feel it shaken sometimes. See awful things and I wonder why I bothered to care in the first place. And I think everyone has a fear once in a while that maybe under it all that they themselves are nothing or just a mirror. That maybe I'm only able to do good because I'm surrounded by good people. And that without them, I would just revert to my natural state.
What if your natural state is malleable?
What do you think that would mean?
And that you are capable of both. And that is your natural state. You need not be afraid of either.
Of good and bad.
That's right.
I've used bad to do good things plenty of times.
Mm.
And half the time I'm hailed as a hero, and half the time I'm called a monster. But is being willing to make hard decisions something that makes you evil? Is it evil to be willing to kill one to save the village? Or is it pragmatic? Or is it evil to let innocents die, knowing that other innocents will live, because the message you send will be more powerful than surrendering to people that think that strength should outstrip all good sense and reason? You can't reason with people that don't fear death on some level. And all I see in the crossing is people that think they're immortal. That a gun to the temple of someone who doesn't deserve it will get them everything they want. And I've just been the person that reminds them, often painfully, that they are ultimately very mortal, very fragile creatures. Am I speaking nonsense? I feel like I'm...
Not nonsense, no. It's not like you to be so unsure.
I guess you're not used to seeing doubt in me, huh?
No.
I'm not allowed to show doubt in my line of work. I haven't allowed myself to. And I think I find that easily, normally, because I rarely doubt myself.
You have that in
'Cause-
common with these people you're trying to save.
You think?
They're not allowed to show doubt either. Even if they feel it.
And I more meant self-doubt. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Doubt is doubt. It's something they can relate to.
I think you ask me most days of the year, I'd say that I always make the best possible decision out of the worst possible situation almost 100% of the time. I look back on the things I've done and I think, yeah, you got it right.
Mm.
And they'll say, but that person died, or
This way.
the hostage got shot. And I said, well, we got the bad guys. They say, shouldn't we have done it better?
Mm.
And I say, we didn't choose. To pull the trigger. Quite a view here.
This is what you have to offer them.
I'm assuming you mean more than the view.
Yes.
Freedom.
Yes. But they won't understand. They won't understand that is what they want or crave. At first, it will be scary for them to look out at all that. They don't know how to swim. You have to give them a taste of something else. You will either have to lead them out or introduce them to someone who can. You have to give them a taste of fresh water before they realize they're parched.
I think you're right.
You can show them La Madre or something similar. But they'll need something.
You okay?
Are you asking for a trial run?
Pardon?
Are you asking for a trial run
A trial run?
with the hallucinations? Like what I did for Mishka and LJ.
I think I need to strengthen my will, one way or the other. If they find the things I fear, I think I'll crumble. Not exactly proud to admit that, but
I see. That was the reading then. Was it?
oh, I guess so.
You have to be strong. You have to shed your fear, your second skin.
It'd be too easy for me to say that I'm I don't know, too strong to be influenced. That's ego, that's bravado. People tell me that they wouldn't break under torture,
They've never experienced
but I know what it's like to
torture.
be tortured, and I wager you do too.
What makes you say that?
Well, I guess I'm just guessing. Maybe it's wrong of me to say, but I assume that anyone that knows how to inflict the right amount of pain I know how to torture somebody. Because I've done it. And I've had it done to me. Feel like you know where that line is too. I hope that's not unfair of me to say.
Not unfair. Astute as always. Come on now.
What's this place?
Your wings, I hope. Come on now.
My wings?
That's right. It's not too bad yet. Come. Sit.
Pardon?
Sit. We'll start here. Please continue.
I don't remember what I was saying.
I'm not going to help you. Try. Walk backward in your mind if you have to.
I don't like it here.
I know. Walk backward in your mind, Rabbit. Before we entered here, where were we?
We were on the cliff near the core. And I was talking about what it is to hurt somebody. That I know where the line is. Because it's been done to me, and I feel like you share that experience.
What do you see?
There's... Here? Or there?
There.
There's... very wide open space. The water is very blue.
What else?
There's you. And I hesitate because I feel like I may have hurt you without intending to.
You could never hurt me.
There's freedom. There's the freedom of the open air in the space.
That's right. Can you picture the way I look at you?
I have no idea how you look at me.
Oh. That's too bad.
Sometimes I catch you studying me like I'm a painting that's not finished yet.
What does your body do when you catch me looking at you that way?
It relaxes a little bit. Sometimes a tightness in my chest, but not an unpleasant one. Just when you look at me, I can't focus on anything else. You are often the only thing that matters when you're around me. And that scares me sometimes too.
Good. This is good, Rabbit. Now, I want you to focus on the tightness in your chest right now. And it is going to increase as you do so. But then I want you to think about the tightness in your chest when I look at you. And I want you to think and study about how they are different. The ways in which they are different. And then I want you to change the tightness in your chest now. Let it slide, slip, morph into the tightness that you feel when I'm looking at you. And I
don't know how to do that.
That's okay. We'll do it step by step, and we might not get it right away, but we will get it. After we do that, we're going to focus on that unease that you feel when I'm looking at you, and the unease that you feel right now, and we're going to let it slide and slip like a river into the unease you feel when I'm looking at you. The mistake people make is trying to convince themselves that what they're feeling when they are afraid is not there at all. When they are cutting you open or trapping you in the dark, you need to be able to change those feelings. Keep them there, you have them. You cannot push them away. But you can mold them into something else. Something that you control.
Easier when you're here.
Well, this is where we start. Your mind, your imagination is a powerful weapon. One they are attempting to use against you. But they're not holding the hilt. You are. All they do is set the conditions and let you do the work on yourself. Focus on the blue water. See it, smell it, taste it in the air. Feel the wind on your face. You will need to pick a few of these moments to have on the ready.
Okay.
I'm going to turn one of the lanterns off now. Don't open your eye. Breathe.
You know, my horse's name is Clockwise.
I know. Do you know that's what I first told your father?
Clockwise?
I told him that's what his name meant. Windward.
I guess so, in a way. Funny that we're not sailors, I guess. It was something that Alucastor used to say to me. As he said, as long as you're moving forward, moving clockwise, it doesn't matter what you do. Just don't ever look back, don't move backwards. He said that again right before he died.
It's the same principle here. Don't linger too long in one memory or the other. It's a very quick way for your mind to realize it's a trick.
Change constantly.
That's right. Always forward, never back.
I remember the first time my father and I ever hunted together.
Good. What did it smell like?
It was cold, up in the snow. We weren't hunting animals, we were hunting men. You could even call him that. His name was Austin. We tracked him through the snow. It's where I learned that my father was not always a peaceful man. And how easy it was for him to find that violence again. It's the moment that I knew that we were so much more alike than I thought. And it's funny to think that I'm the one that... I was the one holding him back then. I remember killing Austin Grant. And how righteous it felt.
Do you remember how your heart beat?
Yes.
I want you to focus on how different it is to how it's beating now. Both are fast.
It was beating fast, but I was in control.
You are excited.
I am.
That's right. The line between anxiety and excitement is made in the mind. They are dangerously close in the body. The shallow breathing, the heartbeat, the tension in your muscles. Feeling coiled, ready to strike versus ready to flee. Focus on all the ways in which they are the same.
The taste of copper in my mouth.
That's right.
The sweat that builds in the back of my neck.
That's right. The hairs that are standing on your forearm.
The anticipation.
Yes, not of another light going out, but of the catch, the kill. The drive not to run away, but to run toward. Always forward, never back.
I remember hunting Charles Devine in Tumbleweed. It was the day they said that I'd be suspended. They told me to make good use of it, so I hunted down one of the worst people this crossing's ever known. And we destroyed him and his group in my own town before they took it away from me. And then a week later, I watched him die in those same gallows. I was suspended. They wouldn't let me hold a gun or wear a badge. So instead, I spoke him his last rites.
I need you to focus on the 5 senses in these memories, these walks that you are taking. Smell in particular. And you will need to choose a few memories in which you have or did experience pain. Did Charles Devine cut you or hurt you?
He shot me once. But it wasn't a hurt. He hurt other people, not me.
Then we need to find one where you were hurt. Physically. Or we'll make one. But you need one.
Mason James.
What did he smell like?
He smelled like burnt wood shavings and death.
And what did your body feel like?
He'd stripped my outer layer, so I was freezing cold in the snow.
What did the cut feel like? Searing, I imagine. How cold it was.
It was like cold fire. And
The blood probably didn't flow as quickly because it was cold. That will be hard for you. Because where they take you, if it's not up north, then you will be fighting against the flow of your blood and the memory. Ideally, we would want to find one that is as close to what you are currently experiencing as possible. And unfortunately, we won't know what that is until you're there.
Devin Dunning took me to a cave. She beat me ruthlessly. She was so angry. So vicious. I wasn't strong enough to fight back.
Do not move and do not stop telling me this story.
She pinned me to the wall. She shackled me. She pinned me to the ground. And she tore off my boots.
Don't stop.
She laughed. She smelled sweet, sickly sweet, like rotting flowers. Like perfume that's gone bad. And she said so many things that I barely remember half of them. And then she took a knife and she buried it in the base of my heel. And she split my foot open from heel to the ball of my foot and said, I'm gonna have fun with you.
I'm going to have fun with you. And what?
I remember that she left me there. She took away my food, any of the rations I had. She only left me morphine to drink.
What did it taste like?
Bitter.
What did it feel like? Going down your throat?
Surrender. It stings. It's not good.
What did the walls smell like?
Elysian pool is damp. There's something wrong with the water.
That's right.
It's almost sulfuric. It smells like hell, like I imagine hell to smell if there was no fire burning.
Keep going.
I was trying to be strong, to deny that I was scared, but she could see through it.
You are not going to make that mistake again. You're not going to deny your body. You're not going to deny your feelings.
And then she took the light away. And I begged her not to. And her eyes lit up. Because she knew she had me. She came back a few times. I was there for 3 days. All I could hear was the sound of dripping water and rats trying to gnaw at my wounds. I had to kill a few. She left me my knife. I couldn't bring myself to eat them. I was half asleep, half dreaming. Morphine on an empty stomach's not good for you. And I thought I'd die there. I was almost happy to see her when she showed up. I preferred her kicking me in the side to what felt like weeks of nothing.
No. Not yet. I won't be there. If it were me, I would explore your body for every single scar and reopen it. You need to prepare for that.
To almost be loving in a way. Anyone that wishes to hurt anyone so deeply, so intimately, can't just be pure hatred. There has to be something else there.
I agree. I don't typically like to play with my food.
I prefer to give people clean deaths.
Nothing about death is clean to me.
Quick ones, then.
Yes.
I know if I don't make it quick, that I won't be able to stop myself. I don't want to know my enemies that intimately. I've made that mistake before.
I like the moment just before. Just before they realize it's over. It's only ever an expression you find just before death.
The muffled swan song, right?
Like, she's accepting me, finally. They are accepting me, finally. They are accepting what's happening to them.
The surrender.
That's right. To me. It's not to me. It's to death. It's to letting go. It's...
That you're its messenger.
That's right. It feels like it's me for a time.
But sometimes we're just masks that death wears.
I think he's forgotten how to take me off.
I killed Mason.
And what did that feel like?
felt like acceptance. Because I believed in killing him that I was dying too. Because he threw my gun down in the snow and told me, hunt me or go for help and you might live. But you don't have enough time to do both. So I thought we'd both surrender together.
Keep going. But while you do, focus on this feeling, on the sensation, on the way that I smell. The heat from my skin.
I remember the whip of the snow. It was almost a blizzard. I didn't have my coat. It burned. But the bubble of the scarring of the poison it all faded away into... It's like there was fire in my heart. Fire in my chest. That it didn't matter how cold it got. That my candle flame wouldn't just gutter out until I had what I wanted. And I was okay with that. So I pushed forward through the blizzard. My right arm was mangled. He hadn't cut any tendons, but I couldn't pull back the hammer. So I was firing with my offhand. I am not the best shot with my offhand. But he wasn't a gunfighter, so it made it almost even. And I fired so much that the barrel of my gun started to crack. After being half buried in the snow, and black smoke was pouring out of its mouth. Like a dragon. And it didn't matter how badly he'd hurt me. All that mattered was how hard and how bad I was gonna hurt him. Two of my bullets tore through his arm. One through his torso, just beneath his collarbone. And another next to his gut. The adrenaline kept me strong.
And it will do so again. Keep going.
The moment that he fell, I felt at peace. because I had removed 2 maniacs that had hurt people I cared about very much. It's like I realized that's my job in this world. Protecting the innocent. Maybe. But I'm so much better at avenging them. I'm so much better at wronging the wrongdoers and making them suffer. And in that moment, I could have ended him. I could have pressed the barrel to his temple and made it quick. Not clean, but quick. Instead, I left him there to rot. He lived for a week. With gangrene slowly spreading through his body. He was in agony when he died. They called it a mercy killing. It spread to his heart. His left arm was basically falling off. I killed him on that mountain. It just took him a while to catch up. And that felt like purpose.
Well done. So that happened.
Ooh. Also, that was pretty fucking good for live production. I was doing the music live. There was a lot of slash me's, by the way, in that last scene. So if you were mostly listening and you're interested, I would encourage you to go back and watch some of the slash meing happening there in that last scene. However, I will also say there was like 15 minutes of footage at the end of that, but it just felt like the perfect end when she was like, well done. And then you could hear her smoking, but you couldn't hear any of Rabbit. I was like, I could leave it. I trust that I didn't stop recording, like I would have, I trust myself, but also it was worth the risk. So I just took us out there. I'll have to go back later and see what was said, but I don't know how you and Flick come up with all that. Bravo. Yeah, improv and absolute trust falling. Absolute trust falling. I can't tell you there are many people I would feel comfortable leading into a cave to torture and hoping that they understand I'm trying to make it... I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm trying to make it romantic. Because it, Oh, shit. Oh, thank you, Midwest. Thank you. It was so romantic. I mean, in their own weird way, it was kind of romantic. But yeah, so for those listening who weren't able to see the slash meing happening, it is implied kind of that, it's not implied. Delilah does actually like reopen Rabbit's wounds there, and gives them a new one. Tender torture, yeah. Yeah, that was a hell of a scene. Yeah, it was... I was a little nervous, mostly because I knew, I knew it can be... I know Rabbit's history, and so does Delilah, right? The one thing that Rabbit told Delilah was like, I am afraid of the dark now. I'm afraid of being in a cave because this crazy bitch who took me and tortured me in a cave. And Delilah said, well, we'll fix that one day. It's like, we'll go on that date, but they never do, right? Delilah had from one of the first meetings with Rabbit, Delilah said, well, we'll change that. I'll take you in the dark and help you get over that fear. And they just never did. And then when Flick was there visiting and basically said, like, I'm not coming back until I deal with this cult. And they're, probably going to kidnap me and torture me, and I'm afraid I'm going to break. It really felt like, and maybe this is just my interpretation on it. But it really did feel like Flick was offering me a scene. Like, Rabbit was asking without asking for Delilah's help. Rabbit straight up said, I want you to harbor these people. I want you to protect these people I'm trying to save. And Delilah's just like, what? That's not me. I'm not a protector. Yeah. But I knew pretty early on that I was gonna head to the cave, right? Because we walk. Most of that scene is us walking across to the other end of the island. So I need you to know that, like, when I stood up and said, come follow me, I was like, this is what I think I'm gonna do. But I hadn't decided for sure until we got over there. And I went, yeah, I'm gonna take them into this cave. And it could go horribly wrong, Rabbit could lunge at Delilah. Rabbit could, I was like, do I force Rabbit? Do I tie Rabbit up? Do I do it at knife point? Do I do any of these things? But I actually really love that Delilah was able to just say, follow me. And when they got into the cave, Rabbit was scared, but Delilah just said, come here and sit down. And they did. So I didn't have to get, you know, physically forceful. And that is, you know, Flick trusting me as a player. And, you know, we had that scene because of that trust fall. And I did take a moment at some point to message, you know, Flick and be like, if you need an out, you just say so. And Flick was like, let's go, do whatever you want. I wanted to point out how much the scene matched the words being said when Delilah said, you want me to be a lighthouse, and the camera panned to a lone lit candle on the table. Yeah, it was wild. So much trust, both between players and characters. I think that might be rarer than one thinks. Yeah, I don't know if it's rare, you know, just because in my experience, I've been lucky enough to experience a lot of trust falls. You know, like if I even think back on the first scene I had with Maynard, right? With Trench's Maynard, where he, like, you know, takes Delilah to Saint Denis and, you know, pushes his fingers in his wound, which Delilah now does also. Like, I parrot that. I did that to somebody on Guarma. But, you know, he kind of like pushes his fingers into her wound a little bit and stitches her up poorly so that it purposely leaves a scar on her. You know, that's their first meeting. And, you know, that, to me, that was just me getting extremely lucky in that, you know, Trench trusted me to, you know, not freak out, I guess, or to be okay, or to tell him if I was uncomfortable. Yeah, I've just been so lucky, especially with Delilah. Like I feel like Delilah's a badass, but I recognize she only feels that way to me because of the players around me, allowing her to be that way. It'd be so easy to not trust me as a player or Delilah as a character and to fight back, or, you know, but most of the people around me give me that grace and that trust to be able to do weird, fucked up shit. And they respond in kind. So I don't know if it's rare, because I've been, you know, how can I say that when I feel like nearly every character interaction I have has that trust fall. You know, we had it with LJ, we had it, definitely had it with Peppo and Edgar, you know? Like, I mean, she's called the Bruja of Guarma because of Peppo, because Edgar built up her lore that way. So yeah, I've just been so incredibly lucky with who I've played with. You know, again, bringing it back to, you know, the people who are actively on Guarma right now. You know, every single one of those individuals will trust fall with me. So it's good. It's not just a quiet character, it's the way you play her. So whenever she speaks, people shut up and listen. And then you get freaked out by what she says. What surprised me there, and I was on the fence about bringing this up or mentioning this to you guys, but I'm cutting this out of the VOD, so consider this a really cool, like, moment. Watching that back, because that happened back in February. So two things. The first thing is that happens, and then Rabbit does get taken by this cult. And I think they were held for 14 days or something like that. I don't actually remember the specifics. I feel like Delilah probably would. Morgan, so Delilah found out that Rabbit had been taken and held and tortured for 14 days by Morgan. And Morgan said a comment like 14 to 16, I think it was. Yeah, Morgan said a comment about how they were fucked up from it and recovering, and, like, I don't think he used the term broken, but it was very heavily implied that they hit a breaking point during that period. And Rabbit hasn't spoken to Delilah since that incident in the cave. So Delilah knows Rabbit was taken. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. I think there's another scene after that one. That's like the next day. The hidden lore is they totally bang in that cave, like the freaks they are. And then I think it's the next day that we have a scene and Delilah says goodbye to Rabbit and Clementine and sees them off onto the boat or what have you. And Clementine is like, "Oh, y'all are such lovely pals. What close friends you are." And Delilah's like, "Uh-huh. Boy, I'd love to be the fly on the wall when you realize, you know? Woo! Just pals being pals, the best of pals." But yeah, so there is a, yeah, they were roommates. There is a scene after that, right? So at least it's like, we know that Rabbit kind of feels, you know, it's not like Rabbit is afraid of Delilah or anything, right? So they have a lovely scene the next day and blah, blah, blah. And Delilah sees them off onto the boat, but then doesn't hear from them again. And it's now June. Does anybody know the date of when Rabbit was taken? Because essentially, Rabbit said, "I am going to get taken, then I want to bring them here. I want you to protect them. I want to save them," all this stuff in April. And it's June now. So really, I feel like technically a month and a half late, if Delilah were to consider anything late, but I don't think she does. But I think, I want to say it was the end of March. I think it was the end of March. Okay, so now I want you guys to go back and watch the middle ditch scene in the cave. And I want you to notice when I look at where I held Rabbit, because I made a point to look back and stare at that spot for a second, knowing that nobody knew what I was doing yet. But that one day, you guys would be able to look at it and go, "Oh, Delilah ain't here right now. Delilah's time traveling to a romantic torture time in the cave." Nerd. Yeah, I did it for you guys, okay? I didn't have to pan the camera over there, but I did. So anyway, okay, so I found out that Rabbit had been held for like 14 days, and what Delilah has heard is that Rabbit has retired, and also Rabbit was broken by the torture from the cult. And so I think, I don't know for sure, but I think Delilah probably assumes that Rabbit is either ashamed or embarrassed, or I don't know. But there's a reason why Rabbit hasn't come to see Delilah after that. So yeah, okay, so there's that. And then the other thing, the secret lore that I wasn't sure that I was going to mention is, watching that back, I realized something pretty intense, and that is how well Flick played an obsession. And I'm not sure if anybody else picked up on it. I'm sure you did. But what I mean by that is not that you're, people aren't intelligent enough to pick up on it, but I have my memory, which is every single scene I've ever had with Flick, right? And you may not have seen every single scene or remember every single scene that I've had with Flick as Rabbit and Delilah. But what I noticed was Rabbit was not like they've ever been before in that scene, or that day when they came to Guarma, right? Like the scene in February when Rabbit kind of reverse stalks Delilah and they're in that alleyway. That's the last time we see Rabbit kind of with it, in my opinion. Because Rabbit says to Delilah, oh, there's this cult I'm looking into, blah, blah, blah. And then the next time we see Rabbit, Rabbit is not sleeping properly. Rabbit is like repeating themselves to Delilah, doesn't remember kind of really what stories they've told Delilah before. It was all like incredibly subtle stuff that I think if it were anyone but Flick, I would assume that it was the player forgetting to tell me or like forgetting what they told me, and I would just, you know, offer some grace there and not bring it up or whatever, you know, because you don't want to be a dick, and you don't want to, you know, call somebody out on, you know, having a real life and being a person outside of roleplay, you know. But because it's Flick, I know it was done on purpose. I know it was a way of signaling their and the fact that like every single time they had a moment, they brought it back to the cult and their obsession. And they had a letter that they had a telegram that they were reading over, and they told me, like, I'm reading something the next morning when you wake up. And I straight up, Delilah read it. Delilah read the telegram. And I think keeps it. So Rabbit gives us the telegram. And keep in mind, this telegram is described through /me's as being like well-worn and folded, like they're reading it nonstop. They can't, you know, they're just in a full headspace of obsession, and it's not about Delilah. And Delilah is kind of like, I feel like Delilah watched Rabbit and went, you're not really here. You know, you're kind of somewhere else. You're in this spiral obsession, and that's fine. And I will help you because I want to see what happens. I was going to say I care about you. Obviously, Delilah cares in her own weird way. But it is an obsession with Delilah as well for Rabbit. But I think that was the first time where Delilah felt like, oh, you're not really here to see me. You're here to ask me for help when you bring the people that you can't stop thinking about to Guarma. And this other, and it was also weird too, because Rabbit said this person that I'm trying to save in this cult likes me, probably in a way that I can't return. And I almost said as Delilah, like, can't or won't, you know, it's not going to bother me. But I didn't, because they were in the middle of telling a story. But I picked up on all of those things and how, you know, it really did feel like Rabbit was lost in this obsession, which I thought was really cool. But the other thing is that what I think led to that, we expect some answers, Rabbit. Yeah. Well, I went through and I looked through our DMs, and Flick, after that scene, said it killed them not to ask follow-up questions when Delilah quoted Latin scripture and knew who Abaddon was right away and said some things that Flick was like, I have been dying to like learn more about Delilah, and it was right there, but I'm playing Rabbit as being obsessed and totally focused, that I didn't get to follow up on any of those things. And I was like, yeah, I mean, you know, they just slept together. So it's probably the only time Delilah I would have told you anything. If you'd asked me, I would have told you anything. I would have told you anything you wanted to know, but that time has passed now. I'm sorry. So, but hey, it happens when it happens, right? Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. Anyway, that was wonderful. Jazz, thank you so much for 74. My God. I appreciate that. Okay, so tomorrow we normally have off, but now we're starting the new summer schedule for Ungodly. So I will be streaming tomorrow. We're going to be starting Fallout 3. And then we're going to stream Tuesdays, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday I now have off for the Ungodly show. The what show? The Ungodly Show. This one.
Well, finally we have arrived at the great battle between the lame Admiral Ben and the even lamer Battle Bill. Look, they're rendering their cannons now.
Starboard side! Prepare to fire!
Aye, Captain!
You there with the face! Shoot that guy with the other face! Fire! Fucking a country! Burn them to the ground! He's talking about your ship! You've been in! I'm fine! Oh yeah? Right? We're fine, right? Bucket! Roll out the big guns! Oh shit! Send them to the bottom! Oh fuck!
Directed on target, Captain! All ship is hit now! What the fuck, guys?
What are those guys doing here?
We'll just hit the road!
You want to get them first for a minute? Yeah, let's take the French out. You've got it! Open fire, port side! Open fire!
Opening fire on the French captain! Start! Bob and weave! Bob and weave! Get the water!
Someone put me out! We've been shot, sir! Bucket! 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 Let the bloody bucket take the water in the ship and put it out!
I know we've been hit! Sacre bleu!
Oh, we're taking on water! Oh, that's no good! They shot me like the legs gone! There's about a me-sized hole in the side of their ship. My second leg! My other leg! My third leg! My arms! Ow! His head! Where am I? Who are you?
Tell my wife I wish she existed.
All right, we're going to go raid Flick. I adore you all, and I'll see you tomorrow.